Never me. Never that. I do want to find a game to play. I want to find a video game to play on stream while I talk to people, because I feel like that'd be fun. Alright, the YouTube short stream is back up. If you want to go there. You can stay in the horizontal too, to be honest. I like the horizontal because it shows me how many people are dedicated to the point where they'll go over to the other stream. So we went from like 10 viewers to like 33, and I really appreciate that 23 of you went on this stream from the other one. I really do appreciate that, unironically. We can defeat fascism, guys. She is a communist, a Marxist, a liberal, socialist, a fascist. That's what Kamala is. Someone said Raislin is a fascist sympathizer. I agree. Duh.
Call from
Chris.
Hello, you're on the... Oh, never mind, you hung up. Never mind. Goodbye. Hey, you're on, you're off. Raislin, are you here? Kevin said Raislin is a fascist sympathizer. Are you a fascist sympathizer? Alright, well, whoever's calling next. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Listen, I need LeBron James to win one of these polls. Kevin did. Well, you're a sympathizer to fascism. You are not a fascist yourself. I've done a poll. Excuse me. Popcorn burp. I've been doing a poll who's more athletic between Donald Trump and LeBron James, and Donald Trump keeps winning over LeBron James, and I'm just trying to get LeBron to win.
call from
Eli.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello, you're on live if you're here. Howdy.
Hello. Oh, hi. I've been waiting in the chat, in the Discord thing for a long time, but I guess that's not how you do it.
We could do Discord too if you want. Are you the Tulip Field?
Yeah.
Would you rather do Discord?
No, I can do my phone.
All right. What do you want to chat about?
Well, I saw the name on the stream, and I'm not like your stereotypical Trump supporter, you know. I feel like I have a nuanced position, you know, like so you kind of have to be a single issue voter in our system, you know what I mean?
I guess if there's one issue that goes above all, but typically, you know, a lot of the time issues can overlap, but yeah, I could definitely, you know, see that as a possibility.
So, you know, personally, I think we should do something more like a ranked choice voting.
Okay.
But because we're in a republic, we have to kind of pick an issue and go with it. So I have relatives who I don't think this should be their priority, but they vote Democrat because trans issues are important to them. So I specifically, I don't always vote Republican, but I vote for Donald Trump because in 2018, I think Congress passed it and he signed it. It was the Farm Bill.
Yeah.
And that's why we got Delta 8 and Delta 10. And, you know, my uncle, who's a police officer, really benefits from that because he's got some, like, you know, nerve issues, and a lot of military people benefit from it. And Donald Trump has made anti-cannabis statements, but they were all after the Farm Bill. So I think it was only because of public pressure. I think he's secretly pro-THC. That's my stance.
Are you saying you're a single issue voter on THC or on Omega 8?
Yeah, I think Trump's an insider on that, and um, so that's my single issue vote. Uh, I have other, I
But
consider
Kamala
myself
was
kind of.
openly in favor of legalizing marijuana for all use.
Oh, well, when she does it, I think it's cultural Marxism. Um,
Bro, I'm gonna. Okay, you're a troll. You're a troll. Chill
yeah,
out.
sorry, man. I'll leave, man.
Jesus, cultural Marxism's crazy. That's good. I like that.
All right,
We,
so
we
have a
should have
nice
kept
day.
going. We should have kept going with the bit. We should have kept going.
No, I don't know. I feel like it'd be mean spirited if I let it go too long.
No, I feel like no. I'm actually gonna clip that out and put it on TikTok and pretend like you're completely genuine. Okay. So do I have permission
Okay.
to do that? Do I have permission to
Yeah,
spread
absolutely.
disinformation? All
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a nice night. See
All right.
ya.
Have a good night. Thank you. Dude, I love that, dude. Yeah, but dude, because it's so like that's something I would actually hear someone say too. Like, no, when she does it, it's cultural Marxism. I'm like, that was a good story too, and he was acting like awkward enough, dude. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Oh man, oh man, that got me. Oh, that's gonna be a good TikTok clip. I can't believe this caller voted for Donald Trump for these reasons. All right, the phone lines are open again. There you
Call from. To accept, press 1.
are.
To send a voicemail,
Risky. I
press
should probably
2.
mute this one, huh? Hello. Howdy. Hello. Howdy. Nice. Thank you for the call. Who's calling? Drop a like on the stream. All right. Channel memberships are $2.99, $3 a month. Drop a like though, so we can get a boost in the algorithm. Even if you don't like me, drop a like, because if you dislike, you're gonna hurt the algorithm, and you're gonna get less entertaining phone calls. Less entertaining phone calls. What's this?
Call from.
Corbin.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. How are you?
Good, good.
All right. Awesome. Yeah. What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, so just kind of like your personal opinion on the whole flag thing. So you had said earlier that burning a flag is freedom of speech, and I know like once or twice in the past they had tried to make it illegal to burn a flag, and Congress didn't go for it. Like they needed like a 2/3 scenario or something like that. Now, like, got a personal opinion, where would you draw the line between like protesting and I guess organizing against the country, like a type of inside terrorism when it comes to burning a flag? Like, what's your personal opinion on it?
So when it comes to terrorism, that's a symbol of the country, and that's a First Amendment statement, in my opinion, where you're saying that you disapprove of what the country's doing, so you're going to do something really disrespectful. I don't agree with it, but I do think it should be protected under law. I do think it's in accordance with First Amendment principles. It definitely is. Just attacking a symbol of the nation is not the same as attacking like a government building or anything like that.
Yeah, no,
Oh yeah,
I
sorry.
get you there. I was just kind of curious. I just wanted to hear you elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking, are you talking about like in general protesting? Like,
Yeah, it's like figure if figure all 50 states have protest people on their own, whatever their ideas are, this and that. Figure one person burns a flag here, now they're burning a flag there. Now you've got flags being burned in 10 states. Like, what would draw the line to, you know what I mean, turn that into like a big act of like, how do you say, wrong
It
point
couldn't
of
be
view?
terrorism. Like, that's protesting. It's peaceful protesting regardless. If you were putting people in danger, like you were burning a flag in front of someone's house, or you're burning a flag in California and you might start a fire or something, that'd be different because you're putting people in danger. But it wouldn't matter what you're burning then. The flag alone is just a symbol of the nation. And if you want to protest by desecrating the symbol of the nation, I think that's completely, in accordance with what our founding fathers intended, with First Amendment rights in general, and also just with what we want our country to look like. The only countries that'll put someone in jail for burning a symbol of the state or a symbol of that country are very authoritarian in nature. So like North Korea, South Korea, or not South Korea, North Korea, China, Russia, Hungary. I think about nationalistic authoritarian countries like that. So I'd want to stay away from any legal sentencing for someone just like burning flags.
Okay, so then is that why Congress didn't get the 2/3 vote they needed, like the couple times they tried to pass that in the past? Then
Let me see.
I'm definitely not about burning the flag. It would make me very upset if I saw it happen in real life to me. So
Yeah, and that's one of those things where even if you get like upset and offended looking at it, it's still someone's free speech right, in the same way that it's your free speech right to say something offensive in public, which, many people say things that are offensive. But I guess you can pass a law as well, and if Republicans are on kind of a cultural bend right now where they want to punish burning the flag or disagreeing with the government, protesting the government's very American, I feel. But yeah, it would probably be challenged constitutionally. So you'd have to have a really weird interpretation of the First Amendment that is not legal precedent right now. But according to all legal precedent, even if they passed that law, I feel like it'd be rejected on constitutional terms. But that might change. If Trump can appoint another Supreme Court justice, you don't know. I mean, it might be something that can pass someday. But yeah, I'm against any type of violence to police freedom of speech for sure.
we all should be.
Yeah, and socially you can say like, okay, I don't support this group. And by the way, I advocate against it strongly because also it hurts movements. If one person, you can have a group of 1 million people peacefully protesting, but if one person or if 5 people out of a million go in, like burn a building down or go and burn an American flag, the entire group is going to be plagued with the image of that one person. So I think even doing something like that is really bad for your movement because democratically, you're going to get less Americans on your side if you do that symbolic gesture to try and disrespect the country or the country's policies. So I think pragmatically it's really bad, and also it's going to offend a lot of people. But I'd also say that flag code in general should be more respected on the right. American flag underwear and things like that. I don't think we should have even a replication of the American flag smelling like someone's balls. So I think even that should be. If you care that much about like flag burning, I think we should also care about general flag code stuff that most people don't really teach anymore or think about.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with you on that one.
All right, awesome. Is there another thing you want to talk about, or should I just thank you for
Yeah, no, I
calling?
could get going before it gets too straight or crazy for everyone.
All right, well,
I'll
thank
get
you
back
for
in the chat.
yeah, thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Hope to see you around.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'll get back
All
in
right,
the
have a
chat.
good one. Thank you for calling. All right, awesome. Okay, thank you for that little question about the American flag. What does chat think about this? Yeah, flag code. It's like a big no-no to wear the American flag like a loincloth. So you cannot wear it. It's a huge no-no to take the American flag and to actually wear it as a drape or a loincloth. But it's also not good to wear it as a accessory, even a replication of it, or a flag law.
Call from.
Ashton Gorman.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Hello?
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good.
And if my stream's on, make sure you pause it really quick, by the way. I just heard my echo. I don't know if the stream's still on if you're watching it.
It's not that you hear it.
Yeah, if you have the stream on, I can hear somewhat of an echo.
Can you hear it now?
I think we're all good. By the way, thank you, Scarecrow, for becoming a channel member. I just saw that you. Thank you, Scarecrow. Really appreciate that. But yeah, what do you want to chat about?
So I wanted to know your definition of ruin America before I ask you how you think he's just going to ruin America before I say anything.
My definition of what in America? Sorry.
You said Trump's going to ruin America, right? So what do you mean by that exactly before I ask
Trump
you
will
that?
ruin America. I think he's going to make America look really bad on the world stage. I think his foreign policy, which means not protecting Taiwan, not supporting Ukraine, but also making conflict with our allies, such as like Greenland, Canada, and Mexico, is really bad for us on the world stage. I also do not like that he wants to pass more tax cuts. They're going to benefit the wealthy more than anyone else. If he did a tax cut just for the middle class and working class, that'd be cool. But I don't like that he wants to give most of the benefits to the top 1%. And I don't like, as well, we had a really good FTC chair, Lena Khan, that did a lot of good policies around corruption and limiting big business, and protecting consumers in general. Trump is firing her and wants to put someone in charge that's not really pro limiting corporate corruption. And I'm really anti-money in politics. And I'm pro like healthcare. He wants to get rid of the ACA. He has no plan to replace it. He said he has concepts of a plan. I don't know if he still has no plan. I know 2 weeks ago he did an interview and he still had no plan. I hope he has a plan someday. So yeah, just for a couple of those reasons, and like I also don't like that he did not feel the need to provide a plan. I think it's kind of offensive to voters to not have any healthcare plan, because of how healthcare is a big thing to people, and the fact he's been healthcare, or he's been not healthcare, he's been president since 2016, or running for president since 2016. He's been president for damn near 10 years almost. You should probably have a healthcare plan. I would just assume, but yeah, those are the top reasons I can think of right now.
Yeah, so about what you said about the allies thing, I was actually seeing that, and like in the first term, whenever I was younger, a lot younger, obviously, I thought that he more was trying to show dominance at first, and now it kind of seems like there's too much name calling, which I guess I don't really like. But compared to other people and other things, I would just say that name calling, I guess, is not acceptable. But I guess ruining America, I wouldn't really say that. But I guess I would say making
Well, let
it
me
look
ask you
bad.
one question. Without thinking about politics, let me ask you this question, because this is just a sort of intuitive thing, or just a social thing that you get from living life and seeing people. Typically, if I see someone who needs to drive a big truck, who needs to yell, who needs to complain, who needs to seem like the biggest guy in the room, he needs to talk a lot of crap about people. Usually, when I see a person doing that, to me, it shows insecurity, and it seems like they're covering up because they don't have something else. So, for example, Trump admitted a couple weeks ago he has no plan for lowering grocery prices, which is one of the main reasons he got elected. He said it's too hard. He has no plan. He doesn't know how he's going to approach it. He never said anything about lowering grocery prices. And now I feel like he's talking about all this stuff to sort of cover up for the fact that he has no plans. And I really hope that's not true, because I want good plans for America and American workers. And he said he had a plan to get inflation down. And I have a lot of family members who really need grocery prices to be lower, and they voted Trump because they thought he was going to do it. It feels like he's one of those guys that is talking a big game. And you said you saw him like trying to be strong. But I think you'd agree, like just personally, sometimes someone who needs to talk so much, if you're really strong, you don't need to spend all your time convincing people that you're strong. You know what I mean? A little bit, like, people just know.
Yeah,
I
I understand that. I do. So what you're saying is he'll basically ruin America's reputation, and not basically ruin the country. Like, it won't ever be able to recover. You mean like they'll look bad, basically, right?
Also just how we talk to each other. Have you heard about like the fires in California that have been happening? Have you seen that in the news today?
I haven't seen it today, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, so there's like a fire in California, and 100,000 people had to evacuate, and I think like 5 or 10 people died already. It's an ongoing situation, and Trump spent all day today tweeting from Mar-a-Lago about how bad Biden is, about how bad Gavin Newsom is. He called him Gavin New Scum instead of Newsom, because he's super cool. New Scum, ha ha ha. And then he said how Biden wasn't giving the federal funding because FEMA has no money, which is a complete lie. And he was making it very political. And I see Americans, I see first responders, I see firefighters, I see even from the prisons, they get prisoners to come out and fight fires in California. First responders in general out there caring for their neighbor and fighting for their fellow American. And meanwhile, Donald Trump is sitting in his rich palace in Florida tweeting, making it political, attacking Biden and Newsom, lying about the situation. That's ongoing. And I just see that, and I'm like, how are we gonna ever recover as far as our conversations go? Like, I care about my neighbors. You know, I care about how we treat each other. I care about how we talk to each other because it matters. It matters because how we talk, how we communicate is going to translate to how we act. If we're going to show up for a neighbor, are we going to be too afraid to talk to each other? Are we going to be too afraid to support each other? Because I think true strength comes through community, in my opinion. So when I see Trump making something like today purely political, when the fires that happened, by the way, are historic. So like nothing. It's a natural disaster. It's like saying you should have stopped a hurricane. There were like 100-mile winds and extremely dry conditions. It hasn't rained for 8 months in California where this happened. So we could have had the best policies in the world. We could have had billions of dollars poured in. This situation would have still happened, and these people would have still lost their homes and would have died, just like they are right now, because it's that bad of a national emergency, of a natural disaster. It's really just that bad. Like there's no way to control something like this.
Yeah.
It's really new. And I'm like, why is he making this political? Like more than ever, this is something we should come together on as Americans. And I just don't want a president who's going to be talking like that about even if you disagree with the people who live there. You know, even if you disagree with someone, we should be able to find core human values that we can come together on.
Yeah, I have another question, and then I want you to return the question to me about Trump. What do you think is the best and worst thing that Joe Biden did as president?
So the best thing Joe Biden did, I would probably say his relationship with the National Labor Board and being pro-union. He put a lot of people in charge of like the FTC. Her name is Lena Khan. She passed a lot of guidances on things like junk fees from airports and just protecting consumers in general. Biden was able to pass an infrastructure plan that Trump was never able to pass. And the Chips and Science Act was really cool. We had top oil production in American history under Biden. So yeah, those are probably, and also Medicare being able to negotiate drug prices and lower drug prices has been fantastic. The worst thing, I think his final year as president, him trying to run again, being that egotistical, that him at like 82 years old, thinking he can hold on to the reins, and then at the final moment, dropping out and handing this failed campaign to Kamala. I think that put her in a terrible position because of Biden being selfish. And I think he did not admit that early enough. And then blaming Kamala now like he is not fair at all. Like she had a month or two to run her campaign, which is super short for a presidential campaign, and he was going to lose like 50. He was going to lose like 45 states. Biden was going to. So Kamala getting as close as she did is actually pretty impressive, especially after the assassination attempt. Trump numbers went up. So I think Biden's arrogance and his final few months as president were definitely my least favorite part of him. Yeah. And like right now he's going on a tour like blaming Kamala. It just I don't like that at all. And and what would you say for you want me to ask you about Trump for the same thing?
Yeah. So what I think some of the best things he did was I liked the stock market he did. I thought that was very nice, like raising stock value and that type of stuff. And because I'm decently big in stocks. And the worst thing I think he did was not getting more involved in the attack on the Capitol.
So like right now, going off that, are you upset that he's going to pardon every single January 6th offender, even the ones that beat up the cops with the riot shields, who then commit suicide?
Do I accept it or think it's okay?
Do you think it's a bad thing that he's going to pardon everyone there that day?
I would say that the people that were 100% in the wrong should not be pardoned and should have a trial. And the people that were actually trying to have a peaceful protest should be pardoned.
Okay, yeah, he wants to pardon even the ones that they had a trial and they beat up cops directly. He wants to pardon them as well. One of them said that he wants to shoot his son once he gets out because his son is a liberal and he wants to get rid of all liberals. Trump wants to pardon him as well. And Trump called the police officers on January 6th. He called the Capitol police officers them as the opposition to his movement. Because anyone that stands in his way is bad. And I think that's admitting that Trump obviously was in favor of January 6th. But right now he's describing the cops on that day as them, and he say they are the other, they are the enemy. So I think it's really bad that he's kind of doing that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty bad too. Do you think that he was the reason it happened, or do you think he just didn't do enough to stop it?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, he's still lying about the election from 2020. And at the time, Mike Pence told him he was not going to overturn the election results. And Donald Trump still got he then scheduled this big rally and sent them to the Capitol saying, well, first, Rudy Giuliani said we need trial by combat and a bunch of other statements of violence. And then Trump said, although he said peacefully and patriotically later in the day after the Capitol was already breached, at the well, actually no, he said be peaceful on Twitter and leave after hours of it. But even if he said peacefully and patriotically in his speech, or if he said like, hey, by the way, don't be violent, what he said leading up to the election was essentially the election's going to be stolen. He said months before the election the mail-in ballots are going to be fraudulent. And then when everyone gathered there, although he did say like don't do anything bad, he was saying if we don't fight today, you're not going to have a country anymore. If you don't fight today, your country's going to be invaded. If you don't fight today, they have stolen this election from you, and this country, everyone is going to be in danger, essentially. So when you're convincing for months and months to your supporters that the election was stolen and that something crazy is happening, your country's going to be gone because they threw out votes. And you've been holding this stance after he already called Georgia and was begging them to throw out ballots and to find him more votes after he tried to get the government to go seize ballot boxes in Pennsylvania to take away votes from there. He convinces for months this propaganda campaign. I feel like he manipulated his supporters into being in such a, into feeling very powerless and desperate. And he seized upon their feelings of desperation to get them more violent and more angry about the system. But the real people as well, which is another connection to Trump's debate, the first people that were able to enter the Capitol were the Proud Boys, which is the same group that Trump said during the debate versus Biden, stand back and stand by. That group is what really incited the entrance to the Capitol, and the militia groups that were there, the far-right militia groups, were the ones that encouraged everyone to go inside. The guys that were there with like zip ties and the noose and the Auschwitz shirts and the Confederate flags and the Nazi flags and everything. Yeah. Those guys from the militias were empowered by Trump, I feel. Like stand back and stand by was really weird to a white nationalist militia. But yeah, the entire culmination of events, and even like Ben Shapiro after this said it's the worst event for American democracy since 9/11, and he said it might be worse than 9/11. House Republicans and Senate Republicans they impeached Trump. And Trump almost got kicked out of office from this. And now the same Republicans that were cowering behind security officers, officers at the Capitol, those same Republicans just completely changed their entire tune on January 6th and are doing like retroactive history because they need to support Trump. So the fact he's still lying about it, the fact he's going to pardon like if Trump was not in favor of January 6th, why would he call the police officers there that day them and put them in opposition to he said us for the rioters and them for the police officers. So even now, I feel like that's an admission. The rioters were us, and the police were them. He said that directly. I think he's saying that was us right now, and he still says the election was stolen. So knowing that he believes that now, I think his intention back then was to do what happened, was to encourage what happened at least. He didn't know what was going to happen exactly, by the way. Like I don't think he knew what they were going to do, but he definitely wanted something to happen, be disruptive.
Yeah, basically, about the constant lead up and like build up of aggression against the other party, I feel like there's something similar that happened with the assassination. People, not just like President Biden and Vice President Harris, I don't think it was just them. Multiple people were saying stuff about Trump, which some were true, some were not true, which people got aggressive and got built up with anger and thought they needed to take action against Donald Trump. I thought something similar there happened with the assassination.
Well, I will say that every assassination attempt that was publicly known, they were centrist at the best and also belonged to very radical ideologies. I wouldn't say necessarily on the right wing, but they were more like radical right ideologies. And in the search history of like the shooter in Pennsylvania, they were looking up rallies for Biden and Trump. So they wanted to just get whoever was going to be near them nearby. Whoever was going to be near them next they wanted to get. So they just wanted to kill someone in the same way that many of these people are, like the Las Vegas Tesla bomb guy was a Trump supporter as
Yeah,
well, but
yeah.
he was just like he lost his mind and he was suicidal and wanted to do something radical. And that seems to be what happened with the first attempt. And I think blaming the rhetoric isn't really fair, considering Trump called for the military to crack down on his political opponents, and he called Kamala a fascist, Marxist, communist, socialist, literally those exact words back to back. And also, I would just say, like, presidential assassination attempts, the one was really bad because it got so close, but someone was literally firing at the Capitol, or not the Capitol. Someone was firing a gun. They did fire a gun at the White House when Obama was in office, chanting "Obama is the Antichrist," and Obama wasn't
yeah,
born here.
that, another
So,
thing
like,
I wanted
every president has hundreds of assassination attempts. We just don't hear about them, or we forgot about them. So, like, the Trump ones are not anything new, except that one got really close. So yeah, I would not say it was from the rhetoric. If anything, I believe that Trump had much more violent rhetoric in the campaign, which encourages an entire environment. And this is what this is what I mean when I talk about that. I'm not putting I'm blaming for our it's hurting our ability to talk to each other and engage with information in general. So if you are someone who talks about violence or whatever, or if you talk about the country's falling apart constantly, I don't think Trump's ever said something positive in his entire life. I don't think he's ever admit responsibility for something in his entire life. I don't think he's ever said sorry for anything. I don't think he ever showed humility at all for anything. And when you have a leader who's going to be leading culturally who does that, the people as well. So like, us, the American people, us when we talk to each other is going to be really poisoned by that as well, and it makes people I don't know, it makes the whole world seem more violent and scary. And we live in a pretty good period of human history. It's one of the most it's one of the safest times to be a human ever before, but we just forgot the Cold War and the Korean War and Vietnam and World War II, and we even forgot 9/11 now. We forgot Iraq and Afghanistan. We forgot all these things even existed other than to use for political purposes. So I feel like we're really desensitized from what matters as humans right now in America, and that kind of scares me.
Yeah, another thing I want to say about supporting Trump, I would say one of the bigger reasons I support Trump is Christianity and that type of stuff. Religion is one of the bigger reasons why I supported Trump, other than Harris in this election.
Yeah, if you are religious in a more fundamental sense,
Yeah.
if you belong to a fundamentalist religious ideology, or if you believe the Bible as literal word, which is fundamentalism, then I could see that, especially since Harris is pro-choice for abortion. I assume that's probably the biggest topic.
Yeah, on abortion, I would say I don't really think that we should be able to tell people what to do. But I do agree with letting the states choose what to do. But I don't really think we should be able to tell them what to do with their own bodies. So I'm not pro-choice or pro-life. I'm just like, I would say.
Okay, well, that is pro-choice. I feel like that's another thing too. Politics has made our brains so toxic, and I don't mean like as a bad thing for you, but it makes all of our brains toxic in how we view these things. Because the two policy positions, right, are you're either anti-choice or pro-choice. There's no other policy position. When you pass a law, you're either saying a woman can make a choice or she cannot make a choice. No one's pro-abortion. We're not like asking, please get an abortion. No one's saying that. We're just saying, make your own decision. So that is pro-choice. When you say pro-life, like that's really just a branding term, because they're saying that, every single abortion, at conception, you're a person, because God told us, even though it's in the Bible, it does not explicitly say that. There's some interpretations of the Bible with like, breathing life into whatever the quote is, but breathing life into someone, or, at conception, or God knew you before you were born, or, things like that. But yeah, it's okay to have a libertarian policy perspective on social issues. I wish I could say that without saying, like, not to sound too conservative, but I do support gun rights. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I did not have to preface with that.
Yeah, I do. I think it's better whenever like Democrats support some conservative things and conservatives support some Democrat things, instead of just saying you're pro-conservative and pro-liberal and everything.
Yeah, it's almost like you're feeling like a social issue. Like I'm embarrassed to admit that I agree with a liberal on something, or I'm embarrassed to admit I agree with a conservative on something because they might be mad at me. And it's like we're in these groups now. And I would say definitely there's more of a cult of personality on Trump's side, because they're building statues of him all across the country. Which I don't like idolizing politicians. I think that's another bad thing as well. But anyways, I appreciate you calling in. I do have more callers waiting, but I hope to see you around the channel. I think we could
Thank
have some
you.
productive conversations. Definitely feel free to call in again if you have another topic a different night. I'm usually live around this time. Well, actually, it's 1 a.m. now. I usually go live around like 10 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah, I hope to
Alright.
see you around. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hope you have a good night.
All right, thank you too. Remember, friends. Remember, our goal is to plant seeds, okay? We're not going to change America in one day, but we're going to plant seeds of understanding, seeds of, I'm not going to say you're evil for voting this way, but I'm going to say why I view Trump as a dangerous option. And as I continue to do that, and people know I'm coming from a good faith position, I really do care about our neighbors, our communities. I care about humans in general. I care about personal freedoms. When they see I'm coming from a genuine background, they might not change their opinion now. But when they see Trump get into office and start doing these things, if I'm able to have a connection with them on any level and come to an understanding and any terms of agreement, then when Trump does do something that's really messed up, they now have me in their head. They don't have a random liberal snowflake account on Twitter showing them a terrible version of what I represent. They have me talking to them directly as a normal person from a really crappy background, talking about my concerns with America and American principles, American freedom, and everything in general. So my goal is not to start arguments and to scream. I will do that sometimes if someone is really aggressive towards me, but I'm really boring in general. It's not going to be the best content, but I hope every one of us can get better at messaging from watching me, and me from doing this get better at messaging. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel. Really appreciate it. Channel memberships are only $2.99, $3 a month for a channel membership. If you ever want to skip the line, by the way, I know I have a lot of people calling, but if you want to skip the line, you could Venmo me $5 to Joel at Politics, and I'll take your call right away. I'll hang up on anyone. Because all that matters is money, baby. Cash rolls everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar. You're such a nut. Brett, shut up. Your name is Brett. Like, come on, dude. You had to use 2 T's in your name? You're so lazy. Jesus.
Call from.
Raj.
To accept, press 1.
Hello. So cringe. I'm just gonna start blocking numbers if they hang up right away. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. I want to block this number really quick. All right. You can call in now. $5 makes you a holler.
Call from.
Manuel Samago.
To accept, press 1.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Getting a little bit late, but we have time for a couple more calls. Yeah, what would you like to chat about?
Well, I just want to say you're a fag, bro.
Oh, someone insecure, someone little baby. Oh, you want to go tuck
Not
yourself
at
in?
all.
Oh, buddy, you're so lonely
Not
tonight.
at
I'm so
all,
sorry.
bro.
You're so. Oh, you're
Not
so
at all, bro.
lonely.
You're the
You
one that's
cry every
offended,
day.
bro.
You have to find a
Not
daddy.
at all. You're a
You gotta
fag,
find a daddy.
bro.
You have to run back to your
Kill
daddy. Oh,
yourself,
Daddy
bro.
Trump.
You're
Daddy
a
Trump,
fucking
please be mean to the
fag,
liberals
bro.
for me. I'm
Kill
emotional.
yourself.
I have to go on streams and yell.
Kill yourself, bro. You're a fag, bro.
Why would I ever give you that
Cry
satisfaction, buddy?
about it. Cry about it, bro. You're a fag. You fucking fag, bro. You got nothing else to say, fag?
I know you want attention. I'm not giving it to you. You're like a kid.
You already did,
You're
bro.
on
You already
timeout.
did.
You're
You put me
grounded.
on your fucking
You're
video.
grounded. You're
I'm
grounded.
grounded, but I'm on your fucking video. You've already
How
given
old
me what
are
I
you?
wanted.
Are you
dumb
above?
retard.
Are you above the age of 30?
I'm old enough to bang your mom.
Well, everyone is technically. I mean, above the age of 18.
There you go. I'm above 18. You
Okay. Typical Trump supporters, bro. Like, come on.
Call
Hello.
from
Jordan.
Oh, wait. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi. Yeah. I can hear my stream in your background if you don't have it off yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize you got connected so quickly. I guess
No
there's
worries.
some sort of delay in the video.
Yeah. There's Yeah, I have a delay for the stream because it's it's harder on your internet if you do it too short. But yeah. What's up?
Oh, cool. Well, hey, I'm a big Trump supporter, but I also think that the vast majority of people who support Kamala Harris and the Democrats in general, the voter base, I think most of them are good people with just bad ideas. That's my view. I think Trump's not perfect, but I'm a big supporter. He's made a lot of massive mistakes, but I think his heart is in the right place. He does love this country, and I value that. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pro-America, pro-America first. I think America, as we rise, the world rises with us, which is a very good thing. I think before Western values was a thing, the world was in abject poverty, the entire world. Before capitalism, open markets, and, the idea that people could create their own wealth and keep it was a Western Judeo-Christian value that did not exist. And before it existed, everyone lived on less than $1 a day.
What's your favorite economic policy?
Capitalism and free markets. The fewer the
That's
regulations,
your favorite
the
economic
better.
policy?
Economic, yeah. As far as domestic economic policy, 100%. You let the government getting out of our way to be productive unleashes productivity.
Are you a big Elon Musk fan?
Yeah, because I think he's also pro-human, and there's a lot of billionaires out there like George Soros, who I think is
Okay, have a good
anti-human.
night, buddy. Thank you for calling in.
All right,
Have a good night,
take
buddy.
care,
Thank
man.
you. I appreciate it. Bro, I can't do it. I can't, dude. I don't. Man, I hate George Soros, but Elon Musk, bro, love that guy. Because of my Western Judeo-Christian values. What is your favorite economic policy? Capitalism. It's okay. Nice. Thank you so much, Kate, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Make sure you drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Really appreciate everyone subscribing and liking the video. If you want to call in, you see the number. Even if you want to have a friendly conversation about something for a minute, we'll keep those shorter. But if you disagree, how about this one? Masculinity in America is weak.
Call from
Dwayne.
It's
to
Dwayne
accept,
Johnson.
press
It's The
1.
Rock.
To send
Hello?
Hi, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Are you still online?
Yep, we're online. We have 500 viewers on Shorts and 5 viewers on my other stream. Yeah, what do you want to chat about?
Oh, I just ran across your stream there a couple of days ago, and I saw the number, and I decided to call just to share some insight on the American politics system right now.
Share some insight. What kind of insight do you want to share?
Well, just with what's going on right now, right? With Trump's rhetoric, they're taking over the Panama Canal and Greenland, and as you know, being Canadian, the fact that the matter is there's still 40 million people here in Canada. We're not going to go away quietly into the night, So
Do you think
Just
Trump's
saying.
bluffing with everything? Or do you think it's just a
Uh,
distraction mechanism to distract away from the puppet government, the clown government?
of course it is. It is. It is a. It's definitely a distraction. However, it just gets everybody all amped up for no reason at all. No reason at all, right? I mean,
It's scary too. I feel like the emotional stability of, especially masculinity in America, is so fragile. I'm scared if we actually need to go through something difficult, historically, because even COVID was pretty light when it comes to like Great Depressions or even 2008. COVID was pretty light for most people in our very rich country, other than healthcare workers and first responders. So I mean, if we have to go through something extremely difficult like wartime or another like extreme depression or financial crisis, I'm kind of I am concerned because if Americans can get so if Americans can get so mad and scared right now just because they don't like certain minority groups, and that's the number one reason
yeah.
people are angry right now. They don't really care about economics much. If they're mad about this, I'm scared about how they're going to handle actually difficult times.
Yeah, it's because there's been so much divisiveness in America, especially during this election process. I was in and out of it with, following guys like the Midas Touch Network and Michael Cohen's story and the whole Stormy Daniels case and the Mar-a-Lago case and, the New York case. There was just so many things going on all at once. And I get it. Donald Trump felt, targeted. I get that part of it. But, the greatest line in the movie Liar, Liar that I can recall to Donald Trump's cases is the best legal advice he's ever had is to stop breaking the fucking law, just stop breaking the law. And us as Canadians, we're so diverse in so many ways. We've got Canadian natives, we've got East Indians, we've got Chinese, Japanese, French, English, Ukrainians, Russians. There's such a wide diversity of people in this country. And what we love about our country is we have stringent gun laws, right? We can walk the street here and feel safe at night.
No medical debt.
No medical debt, right? We have the freedom of speech and all that stuff that you guys all have. It's just that we have, a prime minister on his way out that has been unfiscally responsible and just ran up a $20 billion surcharge on our debt. So the people of Canada have had enough, and so has his party. So the fact that he went down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring of the pumpkin spice Palpatine was actually funny.
Pumpkin spice Palpatine is nice.
Yeah. Or the orange mango Mussolini, as I call him.
That one is probably more accurate historically, because I heard the Hitler comparison, but he's much more Mussolini than he is Hitler. Especially with his the way they speak right now, talking about Trump's never wrong. If you read the Doctrine of Fascism, they are following the playbook perfectly. But they have a huge propaganda state, much bigger than ever before.
Yeah, when my favorite quote from Michael Cohen, his previous lawyer that worked for him, his famous quote is Don von Schitzenpants. And Don von Schitzenpants will he'll tell you the Stalin-esque quote, I will tell you a million times the same lie until it becomes the truth, right? And that's exactly what regurgitates inside of that pea brain of his. He's always lying. He lies with impunity. And we all see it. You know how Donald Trump lies? You can see his hands moving like an accordion, back and forth, And, I get it.
Yeah.
He's a strange character. He's actually funny. I mean, he makes me laugh with shit. It comes out of his mouth. It's funny.
Yeah, he's a reality television star. He's good at it.
And I mean, when you mix television reality with American politics, it's a dangerous combination. It's, we all see it from this side of the border from Canada, and we all see it from the rest of the world leaders too, when they're all looking at Donald, and they all know he's an idiot. He thinks he's going to get world respect by threatening other countries like ours and
Well,
annexing us
yeah.
and telling the world that he's going to make Canada the 51st state. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, yeah,
Although, you know,
before
I'll be honest with you though. Let me just finish this thought. I love you Americans. You guys are our neighbors. We've been in coexistence for hundreds of years. We've fought together. We've lived next door to one another. We help each other economically through the NAFTA agreement. You know, there's a lot of great things going on with the Americans and Canadians. And the fact that our politicians right now are actually fighting back and, you know, pushing back against Donald and saying, hey, listen, you know, you want to tariff us? No problem. We'll just tariff you back in return, but it's going to hurt your people as well as ours. So why don't we come to the table and talk and negotiate and work with one another instead of working against one another? But Donald Trump just seems to have one thing in mind, and that's becoming America's dictator. He sees it from all across the world, from guys like Viktor Orban in Hungary, you know, Putin, Vladimir Putin, and Xi Jinping, and Kim
Well, yeah, the
Jong-un.
issue is in America right now, everyone has a power fantasy. So it's easy to sell that to people in America without any results or anything. And it happened with Putin as well, where Putin gave very bad justification as far as like bringing back the former Soviet Union. They really scare the people there, so they think that it's like an abusive relationship. You scare the people into thinking they can never find any other person who can protect them like you can. So now people are going to say, and I'm scared because Republican politicians are proving they will say anything. They are saying, "Dear Leader Trump, we love him. He's never wrong." The politicians say this. Now they're talking about the Greenland thing as if it's real because they all don't care. They're all bullshitters, and if the American people don't stand up, for those who don't believe in democracy, this is the biggest proof that democracy does work because we are democratizing ourselves out of our constitution. And if enough people give consent to this leader to have ultimate power and to defy the Constitution, people already put him above God. He will take that power. He wants that power. He's ego driven. He's narcissistic. He knows nothing about government, but the people who do know how to manipulate the system do know what to tell him and what to get him to do.
Let me elaborate on what you just said. Let me elaborate on what you just said about manipulating the system. Because I'm glad you brought it up.
We are a republic, you fool. Hey, Mr. J, a republic is a form of democracy, dumbass. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I hear you. No, seriously, I want to elaborate on what you just said there about manipulating the system. It's not hard to see that Donald Trump is weaponizing the Department of Justice, right, to go after his critics, and he already did it. Michael Cohen is the first and only American citizen to be jailed for exercising his First Amendment right, and they took that away from him. They imprisoned him. They remanded him. They gave him 48 hours to sign a forged document, you know, waiving his First Amendment right for not publishing his books. And he failed to sign it, so they incarcerated him again during COVID. And luckily, you know, by one of the judges, I can't remember his name, I think it's Judge Hallerstein,
Yeah.
released him, finally sent him back, right? But he's weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after his critics, and it's dangerous. It's extremely dangerous, man.
I do need to take callers that also disagree as well, but I want to finish up on that point as well, just by saying Democrats, one of the reasons they're losing is not because it's actually because they're unwilling to do these power grabs that Republicans are doing. And also with the whole DOJ targeting thing, the DOJ under Biden actively did everything they could to not look like they were targeting Trump. They waited as long as they possibly could to not look like they were going to target him. And they waited until the very end, and we were not able to hold him accountable for everything. And now Trump has convinced everyone that not only is he not going to attack people politically, although he admits it, but he is actually the one that's under threat of political persecution. He's actually the one that's being unjustifiably gone after by the DOJ after Biden let his own DOJ investigate his own family and let those cases proceed until a MAGA judge threw out the plea deal Hunter had over a dumb ATF form charge and back taxes. And now they're talking about the pardon. They don't talk about Trump pardoning Blackwater war criminals. They don't talk about the pardons for Jared Kushner's dad. They don't talk about any of this. But yeah, definitely give it. I enjoy your perspective. I hope to see you around and call in again. But I do have a lot of angry people. I'm trying to get content out of these angry people because they're dumb. Not really. I love you all. You're amazing Americans. But yeah, I hope everything goes well. Let's just say that.
As a Canadian, I want to say love you guys. Just don't give up the fight. You know, Democrats are just wonderful people as well as there's good people on the Republican side too. You know, you got people like
Yep.
Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, fighting against what was done wrong. And
I'll say Liz Cheney. I
we
don't
all-
think Dick Cheney's a good guy.
not Dick Cheney. Let me retract that statement. You know, with the whole Iraq War and everything that this guy created, it was a big mess. But the fact that he was pushing back against one of his own for doing all the wrong things he did, I get that part of it. But I just wanted to thank you for taking my call and basically love you Americans. I hope you guys work through this, and I hope we can come together as two
we need
countries
to
and work with one another. You know?
We need to remember as well, many people in America have been completely lied to about everything Donald Trump has ever stood for. They are not out there. They don't understand policy, and that's fine because they work really hard. They don't have time to be policy experts, but they got flyers at their door saying that Trump was pro-Social Security expansion and Kamala was anti-Social Security. She was going to tax it and give it to illegal aliens. So people, this is the first election where a Democrat and Republican split 50-50 on the issue of Social Security in exit polling because people are being sold a false notion of reality. Trump tried cutting Social Security with every single budget as president, but people still believe he's better for Social Security because they were fed propaganda over that topic, and that's why he won, is propaganda. But yeah, definitely thank you for the call.
I'll give you my two honest major points why the Democrats lost this election. Okay, and I've been following American politics for the last 6-8 years, and I'll tell you the two major points that Democrats lost this election on is first, it was messaging. They weren't putting out all their positive and all the great things that they did, like the CHIP Act, the Veterans Act, bringing down, prescription prices for seniors, and forgiving student loans, and the Infrastructure Act. All those things are great. They just missed on the point during the campaign. And Biden, the second point I wanted to make was Biden should not have ran for a second term. He should have gave the baton to Kamala,
he screwed her over. We should be thanking Kamala for helping Democrats. She really helped pull us back into it. Biden was going to lose like 48 states. He was in a really bad place, and him being egotistical. His team is the biggest influence. They wanted to drain him for cash. We got to get these establishment Democrats out of power in a lot of these positions if they are unwilling to be pragmatic. Thank you for calling in. I agree with your points. Someone did just pay me money to talk to them, so I will have to talk to them.
No worries. I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. And your name is again?
Fun of my chat now. You call me Jola.
Jola.
Yeah, I'm usually here at like 9 p.m. Eastern time most nights. So if you're online around 9 p.m., 10 p.m., when I watch the stream, I'll be on. I'm doing like a call-in show format kind of thing.
Sounds good. Sounds great. I will call again because I love debating and I love talking about what can we do to make things better for both of our countries, right?
Yeah,
all right. Thanks, Jola. Have a good night.
Thank
you very much.
All right, I got a donation on Venmo from Jordan Wells. If you're watching, I didn't mean to say your last name. I said oh well, but the 408 number. If call me 408 number, and I'll make sure I look out for your phone number. I got 2 donations, 408 number, and there's another. You're watching 408 number, and there's another person. For your first name, Josh. Okay, so if you're watching, Josh, if you go on the donation on Venmo, you can add a comment to the transaction, and you can add your phone number in that. You could add your phone number in the description of that transaction, Josh. And I'll look for your numbers. But yeah, like I said, if you send in $5, you could go ahead of the call list. All right. And in general, I'll catch you at some point at least. It says there's a comment here. Okay, awesome. All right, call again. Call Josh. Phone number on the screen. Here you go. Here's the phone number. 717-693-7128. I'll take Josh first. You're not Josh.
from
Jake, Josh.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, hey, you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Nice and clear. This is Josh, right?
No, it's Jake.
Jake
I've
and
been here
Josh?
for like an hour trying to get a thing. I just have one question, real quick.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do quick.
Yeah. So I'm guessing your stance on January 6th is it's an insurrection, right?
By legal definitions, probably. That's not what I really care about January 6th, but I mean, by legal definitions, I'd probably say probably.
Yeah, I just have a question. I want like insight. I'm just wondering. You know the famous video of Nancy Pelosi with the National Guard?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, like, kind of context to the video. Like, because she said she's the fault of it getting out of hand. Is that true? Is there more details I'm like skipping over? That's all I'm wondering.
I'm not sure what that referred to. Just because Pelosi's not involved in the not chain of command, but as far as ordering the National Guard in D.C., it's a federal area or a federal zone. So the president is in charge of it, and also the Secretary of Defense at the president's request. So Nancy Pelosi herself has zero responsibility over the National Guard of D.C.
Even for the Capitol?
Yeah, even for the Capitol, even for the Capitol Police, they can give like recommendations, I believe, for Capitol Police, but she's not in control of Capitol Police, and she's not in the chain of who makes like decisions on where the Capitol Police are going to be. They probably could have requested like higher numbers for that day, but a lot of them were in disbelief. If she did say that, it's probably more so we did not expect Trump to actually go this far. We did not expect them to actually come into the Capitol and go after lawmakers, I'd probably say, for the context.
Okay. And another question, if you don't mind me asking. Not question, but a little comment. Like the last guy you came in, he said like the reason why he thinks they lost. I don't think they spoke out enough to the younger generation, the Democrats. Like as people could hate on Trump for going on Joe Rogan and all these different podcasts, but look at his viewership, look at his numbers, and look at Kamala's numbers. Didn't really match the, same viewership.
I don't know. Young people don't really vote that much to change elections. I wish they did, but the older people, so like 55-year-old and up, is really who decides the election.
100%.
And Kamala's campaign,
like
I don't know. It's hard. It's
views
really hard. It's complicated.
On like Call Her Daddy, and then
but the podcast didn't.
Million.
I don't care. I mean, the podcast or something, but
I'm not
I
saying
feel like
the podcast necessarily specifically.
Every
did it,
podcast being pro-Trump
definitely
hurt them. Definitely hurt Kamala. Every podcast being pro-Trump definitely hurt Kamala, because like every podcast except Call Her Daddy, did not like Kamala. I mean, I don't disagree. We need a candidate who can be like going to these spaces and not fall apart for sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what do you think about Josh Shapiro?
He's all right. He does some good things, statewide, bipartisan, in Pennsylvania. I think he'd be a decent candidate for president. But yeah, there's a couple things people disagree on, but yeah, he's pretty decent.
Also, do you think of the Republican Party ever has like a rebound after this MAGA incident, or no?
We're gonna go through a lot of really bad things in America before we have a big change. But yeah, people need to be shocked into knowing why we need a government, and they don't understand anymore. Americans have become too pampered, understanding that we have clean water and air. They just weren't here for all the biggest wars and depressions and whatever. And even if they were, they've been propagandized to think it's somehow worse now than ever before, when it's objectively better now than it ever was before to live in human history. But Americans are more pessimistic than ever and mad, largely because people are telling them to be mad and convincing people to be mad. But yeah, thank you for calling. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good All right, I'm gonna take the calls that for people who donated. Sorry. Okay, 1 second. Let me think. Okay, 408. Call again. I'll take 408 first. 408's first, and then 408 donated first. So 408's first, and then and then 314 is after that. So 408 first, and then 314.
Call from
Jordan Wells.
Hello.
Hey, it's me again. How's it going?
You're here again. You paid to call in?
I did, yeah, because I'm actually a business owner. I'm doing quite well. Again, I'm not going to try to convince you that Trump is right for this presidency. I won't do that. Let me just try to make my case that Kamala would have been bad for the economy. Could we have that discussion?
Yeah. I appreciate the $5. We did talk before, so I'm not going to go too long on that, but we can go through a couple policies if that works.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm a successful business owner. I run a logistics company. I haul transportation and specialized glass products. I've only been operating for like 3 or 4 months. But the one thing I want to make you understand, if you don't already understand, is that Trump's tax credits was huge in helping me start my company, massive. And Kamala Harris stated she wanted to get rid of them. She wanted to
Which tax
also
credit?
raise.
Which one?
One
Which
side.
credit? Which tax credit are you talking about?
All of Trump. She wanted to get rid of Trump's tax credits, like deferred business. Like when I bought my equipment, I was able to defer all that tax credit. She wanted to get rid of all of that. She also wanted to raise corporate tax, which I currently pay 21% corporate tax. She stated she wanted to raise it to 30%. So every dollar I make, she wanted 30% of it. And it's just a bunch of things. Trump's policies when it came to businesses it's more conducive to my success than Kamala Harris's was by a
I mean,
lot.
I'd agree with that. I would not argue with that, but I don't really care about you. I care about the majority of Americans who are not in your position. I mean, you're lucky to be in your position for sure.
Well, I had to
great
slave
job.
away.
Great job.
I had to slave away for 3 years to do this. It was extremely
I mean, there's people who need to
difficult.
slave away their entire lives in McDonald's too. So I mean, there's probably a much worse. So I'd rather slave away and be a YouTube streamer than be a McDonald's worker my entire life. But I do appreciate them, and I think they deserve to have good lives and everything.
Well, I agree, but I mean, I literally did 3 years, no family, no social life, never taking a day off, and that was extremely difficult. And I bought my own equipment and started my company. And it's people like that, people like me, who starts businesses, starts to hire people. You need to care about business owners. If you don't care about business owners and you only care about employees, I guarantee you're not going to have the economic outcome that you're looking for.
Well, I mean, Kamala Harris wanted to increase tax credits for like small businesses, and also in general, she had a pretty free market plan. She was not going to really restrict businesses that much. I'm not sure what her corporate tax rate was going to be, but it was not going to be above. It was lower than what Obama's was before the Trump tax cuts. I think it was only up to 25%, if I'm not wrong. Someone can correct me in the chat. But also,
she was 30%.
Let me see. Did Kamala? But also you need to take care of workers as well. And if you're a business owner and you could say no social life, having to build stuff, there's people who need to fight every single day to give their kids food and to get their kids diapers. So I mean, when it comes to like supporting families, I really like Kamala's policies a lot more. But I care more about the people who are struggling and dying, because you're going to be in a good position even if you're taxed at 30%. You're going to be in a good position in life.
You would think so, but I mean, considering the amount of tax, like I mean, I paid $5. Let me just take a few more minutes of your time. But I paid 20%, 21% corporate tax rate. I had to pay my own income tax, my own social security tax, road tax, licenses. I pay almost $1,000 in diesel tax every month. And then on top of that, in certain states that I operate, I had to pay a road usage tax on top of the diesel tax. You can't tax everyone to the extent that you think you might and then still have the economy that you want that uplifts everyone. I know the rich getting rich is a big problem. I don't like economic disparity. It's growing to a problematic degree. But if you have to care about businesses too, not just the little guy.
So Kamala wanted to put it to 28%, not 30. So it would have still been an increase, but not as high as what it was under Obama or Biden. That would not have affected the economy at all. Like Trump's tax cuts had almost zero effect on the economy. We actually growed slower after the tax cuts than we did prior. Obama's final 3 years of growth. I know it helped you personally, but I'm talking about helping all Americans. And even if we do the taxes that hurt you, you're still going to be in a fine position in life. You know what I mean? Like, you're still going to be fine, even having to pay 7% more in tax. I know you don't pay 28% exactly. You have to be able to move some assets around or some, for your personal income or on write-offs or whatever else you can get through on different tax credits in different states.
It's fine until it's not fine. I mean, what Justin Trudeau did to Canada, I mean, what is it, like they doubled everything. The cost of everything is crazy. Everything is fine until it's not fine. I go to Canada a lot. I deliver the glass into Canada because they don't produce their own glass. Every time they try to create a factory, the environmentalists shut it down, which is sad. They should be able to make it themselves, but they don't. All the glass in the entire country gets imported, and that's part of what my business does. But
I don't see.
but
It's
it's
hard too because I feel like most Americans would rather have no medical debt, like Canada does, and sacrifice some economic growth. I feel like there's a middle ground we can find where the economy is still producing at a good rate, but we're also providing basic services that like other
well,
European countries
I'm
do.
grateful. My father, who has what is it, mantle cell lymphoma, he's alive because of the quality of the U.S. healthcare. I'm not saying we don't have huge problems, but it wasn't that long ago where a woman basically needed to get amputated because she was sitting in a hospital bed for days waiting for a doctor to become available. Doctor never became available. They ended up having
Where?
to amputate her leg. I'm sure if you Google search Canadian healthcare, woman's leg amputated, you'll find the story. But the quality of healthcare, I go to Canada myself all the time. I don't know where you're from, U.S. or Canada.
And I'm not sure.
But
So I'm from the U.S., but also you have to understand as well. We have like tens of millions of uninsured people in the U.S. And before the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, we had like 100 million uninsured people in the U.S. So I mean, we're talking about healthcare being slow. Even if that were true, even if I gave you that, in America, in the same position, it's very likely that we would have a system where more people would be dying from a lack of healthcare than we would ever have if the healthcare was just slower for everyone. But that's when we get into privilege again. That'll hurt people who are extremely rich. But we can do a system like Australia, for example. In Australia, you can buy private options, but everyone is still covered. There's still a government program that covers every person across the entire country. But there is a two-tier system. It's not single payer like Canada. It's multi-payer. They have a universal. It covers everyone. But everyone can buy like a Medicare Part D, for example, to have advanced coverage. So would you do a system like that if you had to pay a little bit more in taxes? So like, it would save businesses money too. You don't have to pay for healthcare for a lot of small businesses too.
Yeah, I would be happy to do something like that. I'm actually okay with us sacrificing a little bit of quality in order to have universality.
Okay.
I've actually asked people this question, like, if you had to pick 2 out of 3 aspects of healthcare, universality, affordability, and quality, if you had to pick 2 of them, which would you pick? Most people I talk to and I ask that question, they say we'll pick quality and we'll pick affordability, and they'll leave behind universality. And then I'll ask them a follow-up question. I said, well, if you were willing to split the baby, which would you split it? And everyone says, oh, I'll sacrifice a little quality in order to have universality. Most people I talk to, they all say that. But it's almost like trying to have the triple puff trifecta, and you just can't do it. I've never seen a country have high quality, affordability, and universality. You just don't.
But we're not even top 10 for overall outcomes. We could easily do that, and the people that have really top care are largely those who can afford it, or they get liens put on their houses when they cannot afford it. So, like I said, we could have both of those options. In America, we're American, okay? We have so much economic output, we can make it happen. We would have to do a lot more when it comes to the supply side. We'd probably have to support when Canada first got a universal healthcare system, and this is the point I'll end this call on. And let you respond once more. When Canada first got universal healthcare, they had a period where they did not have enough doctors because we had a lot of supply, we had too few supply and a lot of demand, increased demand once they had universal healthcare. We actually had some doctors protest at that time. But we need to do a gradual system like Bernie wanted to do, where you have Medicare and you just reduce the Medicare age over a period of like 10 years. And then everyone's covered eventually, but you need time for the system's supply to catch up to the demand. And that means making things like medical school cheaper, and stuff like that. So I definitely understand there's economic adjustments to have, but right now we're in a system where we're not able to make those adjustments because we're dominated by like private companies, and they don't care about helping the system improve that much because as long as they maintain certain margins, then they'll be fine.
About money.
Yeah. For
sure. Thanks for letting me end on this note. I agree companies only care about money, but I don't think that's inherently immoral. But putting that
not morality. It's how a company acts in a free market system, but it's a product of the system, and that's why I don't think something like healthcare. We should decommodify parts of healthcare to at least provide an option to be on some type of decommodified system. And then, by the way, if there is a universal system, the private companies need to offer lower prices because then they have to compete with the government plan, which is going to be cheaper and hopefully provide similar services. So if they had to compete with a public option, private companies would also be lowering their prices. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
let me just. No, you're good. The only last thing I want to mention is that I go to Canada a lot. I talk to these blue collar workers all the time. I love talking to the people in Canada. They are really good people. And the sad thing is that the last person I talked to, I said, "Hey, do you have a family doctor?" You know, like kind of thing. He said, "No, I've been trying to get into a family clinic for years. My last one shut down, and he says the one that he's trying to join, it's a multi-year long wait." And then I Google searched it with him, and it's like 30% of all Canadians don't have access to a doctor. I think is the number roughly. And so, you know, I mean, I'm just worried that if we go too universal, everyone has access to the healthcare system. It's all equal. The quality
See,
of the
this is
healthcare
okay.
is
I'm
going
sorry.
to
I'm sorry. But there's something I looked up the stats. According
Yeah,
to I'm trying to see what institute this is.
yeah.
So Canadian government and the U.S. government. 85% of Canadians have a regular healthcare provider, and 75% of American adults have a regular healthcare provider. But we don't have a chance to look at all these cases because those who don't have any healthcare at all don't answer these surveys.
Is healthcare
So
provider the same as having a family doctor? Because I mean, helping a
yeah,
healthcare
like a family
provider.
yeah, a regular healthcare provider is a family doctor or a nurse practitioner, which RNs can do most of the job for family doctors, or if you have a what are they called? What was before crap? What is the 5-year degree called?
Doctorate,
No, there's a doctor and there's
PhD. I don't know.
no,
Um,
someone in chat knows. There's someone that can be. They're not a doctor, but it's one level below doctor. Why am I not thinking about
mm,
this?
the
LPN,
chat, your chat will
not a
figure
LPN,
it.
not a nurse. It's a physician's assistant, a PA. Yeah, thank you, a PA, physician's assistant. But they could do most of the functions that a family doctor does. You don't need a PhD to do most of those functions. To prescribe like an antibiotic, you don't need to be a PhD. But yeah,
Okay, well, I'll double check that number because I don't think I'm pulling that number out of my ass, but maybe the person I got it from did. I mean, I'm all perfectly willing to admit that a lot of the information that I get is coming from other people. You can't vet everything you hear, so I'll double check that. But the last time I heard, it was like 30% of Canadians didn't have access to a doctor. They had access to healthcare for like broken arms and things like that, or heart attack, but if they needed to go to an actual doctor, it just took them forever. 30% of them didn't have access.
yeah, I
But
would need to
eh,
know. Yeah, I would need to see the stats you're talking about. But from my understanding, they have a pretty good system with limited. Like they don't have an abundance of resources like we do, and they manage it pretty effectively. And I think America could definitely do. We could probably do their system better. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we have a unique position in America. We can do it. You know, we're America. You know, we can make a new system that's a combination of where everyone's covered, but it still maintains some aspects we have now that people like. We can still be a leader in pharmaceutical production and R&D. I think we could do it all that. You know, we have enough capital in America to do that. If we really had enough public support for it, we could definitely get it done. I feel like and still maintain quality, if any country
yeah,
can.
okay. Yeah, if any country can, I agree with that. I just don't want to risk that quality because I mean it's the quality
No, but
itself
you'll
that's
be
the
fine.
only.
You'll be fine. Like
I'll
if you
be
make decent
fine.
money, you'll be fine. I'm just saying, like across the board, I'd be. I mean, I have really good health care, but I'd rather everyone be covered.
I get
Um,
that. The quality
and if I
itself
lose
is
my
what's
job,
keeping
I
my
lose my
dad
health
alive.
care too. If I lose, if I, yeah, but the
I
quality that
know.
wouldn't be restricted. You could still have doctors in every country that are specialists. We have like cancer specialists that are really good in America, but that's just because they are private practice and they can make more money here. So
I don't want
it's
to take
a
any more
double-edged
of your
sword.
time, but when I think quality, I think level of new development. That's in my mind because it's that new development is what's keeping my dad alive. A brand new medical thing just got approved like a year ago, and it's freaking phenomenal. They take out your immune system, genetically modify it, and put it back into you to fight cancer. It's phenomenal
Whoa.
treatment.
Well, you better watch out. Trump's gonna ban everything because he's putting RFK in charge. Anti-vaxxer, he's
Uh,
anti-modern health, so watch out. But yeah, thank you for calling back in. Hope to see you on the channel still.
yeah, no problem, man. Well, you take care. So,
All right, thank you too. Have a great one.
bye.
All right, remember if you want to call in, $5 to Venmo, okay? To Venmo. I saw someone super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm sorry there's a influx. Okay, it was $5. I have it at 10 usually, but no one was doing it, so I put it to 5, and then everyone hopped in. So my next caller, the area code is the 314 area code up next. Let me turn my thing back on real quick. All right, you should be good to call in. Three one four. Or you mean 30? No, 314. There you go.
Call from
Josh.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for trying to get me in.
Yeah, no, thank you for the $5 support for my free speech platform.
We had a couple kind of eccentric people call in, and then somebody that was probably clearly not a Trump supporter, and so I tried to jump the line there a little bit, and that little voice saying "Don't do it," so I tried to push back past that and do something that kind of made me a little nervous. So first time doing something like this, but I appreciate what you're doing, and hopefully try to have a good little talk here.
Yeah, and just for a little bit of insight, I have 99 missed calls in the past 20 minutes. So as far as getting on the show, it really is like a lottery system, whoever I decide to answer for. So the $5 is definitely a big benefit to get in. But yeah, I appreciate you. You said going out of your comfort zone. But yeah, whatever topic you want to discuss, feel free.
Well, I guess so the topic in general for your whole thing was that you thought Trump was going to ruin America. I think that my kind of point that I'd lead with is that he's not even in yet, and I think that things are already improving for the better. I think the people around the world are taking note.
Oh, I just hung up on him. Wait a second. Come back. I didn't mean to do that. Call back. I didn't mean to do that. No. Call back if you hear me. I refreshed my page by accident. Call again. Call back. Please. Jordan. Thank you for the $5. I did not mean to do that. Please. I promise. I promise. I don't want violence. Is that this number? Oh no. I'm a fake streamer. I'm a fake streamer. What am I doing?
Hello.
Hello? Hey, sorry. I refreshed my web page and it made me hang up.
I didn't know if I said something off limits there or what, but
No, there's nothing you said that could have even been close to off limits, but I apologize for hanging up. But yeah, you said that Trump is not ruining America. You said things are already getting better. He's not even in office yet. Things are getting better. All right, so continue from there.
Economy, free speech, foreign policy, and I think that it's sad I hope that they don't do too much damage on the way out here, whether it was selling the border wall away or bad, not pardoning, but getting rid of the death row sentences for all of these people that did pretty horrible things, or I don't really care too much about the Freedom Medal and all the rest. And I think George Soros was a sore topic earlier. But I am pretty excited about the incoming administration and his cabinet picks, most of them. I think there was the one union lady that I wasn't such a huge fan of. I can't recall her name, but broadly speaking, I think that there's a lot of good things coming in this kind of push back to normalcy. And I'm happy to talk about any of those points if any of them interested you.
So I think anyone talking about George Soros who's not also concerned about Elon Musk is a huge hypocrite.
Yeah, I don't know too much. If you said what is George Soros, he's big wig, multi-billionaire, whatever else, invests in lots of the DAs and things like that, which I think of my understanding has had a bad impact on crime and not charging people and not allowing prosecutions to go through, or not prosecuting for crimes. But I think that Elon is a wonderful addition to our country. I mean, for sure, I think the good way outweighs any kind of bad or issues. And
so you think George Soros is bad for the country, but Elon Musk is good?
I honestly don't know enough about George Soros.
Well, that's good because everything you hear about George Soros from right-wing media is a complete lie. He funds general party stuff. It's not really that big. He has a $7 billion net worth, which is like 1/8 of Musk's. Not 1/8. Wait a second. It's not even 1/8. It's one.
Elon Musk has a lot of money.
Elon Musk has $450 billion now because he's getting richer off the presidency. But Elon Musk has $440 billion more than Soros. So as far as like corruption and money in politics goes, Soros is like just it's probably because he's Jewish, honestly, because a lot of them want to make
So
conspiracy
am I.
theories about him.
So, but I.
Well, yeah,
not
so you
being
should be
an
yeah.
anti-Jewish
So okay, so
hate
don't
and
hop
everything.
on the George Soros train because it mostly is because he's Jewish, and he supports Democrats.
That's okay. But the
All right, so we'll move off George Soros.
so any of the other ones, I think that the plan to try to help lower the restrictions to try to allow for people to invest more. What was the deal to, if you're going to build a factory or whatever here and spend over $1 billion, that they would try to pave the way for you, the bringing in new investments from outside. I know that the tariffs is a really big, scary word, but I do think that his plan would be to not just blanket everybody, but to use it in negotiations. I think that he's pragmatic, that he got his second win here. He's going to be gone in 4 years and just wants to try to win as much as possible over the next 4 years here on his way out.
Okay. In detail, can you tell me about one policy Trump ran on this election? What bill is going to result from that policy, or a concept of that bill? And what can pass through Congress that Trump wants to do?
That I think that the Congress is working on right now and thinking about whether they're going to combine them with the trying to enshrine the tax cuts before they expire, or whether it's going to be the border wall and trying to fix the entire system at the border. I think that the new border gentleman, it starts with an H, whatever his name is. I think that his plans of having but you said, what is Trump going to be able to do? What is the policy? What is the plan? So I hope that they're able to do the one big, beautiful bill that everybody there is talking about. I'm glad that they didn't get held up too much here, trying to select everybody here this last weekend and got the speaker figured out and all the rest of that without too much trouble. I think there's this big, and I've been really pro the Doge and everything else with Elon Musk, and there's I hope that the general Trump supporter, the general Republican, are able to kind of recognize the balance that, yes, it's great that the people we watch on TV, the people that we watch on our podcasts talk about what the pure position is, and then recognize that that's not how the sausage is made in actual politics, that they have to try to get as much as they can, and that's where the compromises and trying to, how much of what Trump wants, how much of what the base wants can we get without giving up as much as possible. But it is impossible to just, especially with how small the majority is right now, to just ram through everything that we'd want with none of the fat, none of the bad stuff. So I think it's good that Elon is able to start, and Vivek are going to start shining the light on what's happening in these bills, and then we can have.
So shining the light, what parts of these bills, or what do you think Doge is going to focus on? What government agencies do you want to trim?
I think across the board, I have a job upcoming with a 3-letter agency, and I hope that they kind of leave me alone. But I think that across the board, I think that I saw a video from Patrick Bet-David, did a pretty good job of just kind of go through and look at all the different areas of how much money was fraud, how much money was bad checks, how much money was they don't know where it went, how much money was this. I think that there's areas all across the spectrum that can have cuts. I think that the way that they're investigating these big bills, these 1,000+ page things that are just get pushed through.
Patrick Bet-David made all of his money from a multi-level marketing scheme, right?
No. Well, with his insurance companies and everything else, but specifically.
Well, no, he made all of his money from a pyramid scheme.
Relevant
the other stuff is branding.
Here,
no, I'm just saying you're trusting a multi-level marketing scammer. Just that's where you're getting your information from. Just so you know.
Well, I don't know if that helps with the point here. That the point being that.
You know how Vivek got his money?
Originally, was he with George Soros too, or something like that?
No, so there was a drug for Alzheimer's that failed multiple trials. So he ended up investing heavily in this company. He lied about the future trials, ran a propaganda campaign on it, and he did a massive rug pull on an Alzheimer's drug, which is where he got most of his wealth from. He colluded with his own family to help boost this drug's price. So Vivek is also a fraudster who scammed people from Alzheimer's drug. And like I said, pumped up the stock price, was able to get his shares out. He was able to liquidate the cash and completely leave. So it's a pump and dump scheme for Vivek. So all of his money is also made from defrauding others. Also like Bet-David.
And for the sake of the time on our argument, I'll totally give that to you. Honestly, I don't really look to politicians or anybody involved for who I want to have as my best friend or as my best man. And I know that that might sound dismissive or anything else, but if there's anything on the actual points of what we were talking about, I think that would be more helpful. I don't really look up to any of the Democrats, don't really look up to any of the Republicans, as that's who I want to model my marriage off of. That's who I want to model my own. I'm not going to say my business if I can find a way to have that kind of success without.
No, I understand. But we're talking about people. First, the podcaster you learn this from is a scammer. Now, Vivek is the guy who's going to cut government waste and fraud, and he is someone who made all his money from pump and dump schemes and fraud. So the people who are the police of these situations.
Do you think it's a good idea that we try to have more transparency into what is coming down through Congress, into kind of where the money is going that we're asking from our taxpayers? I'm not saying you don't have
if there's
to agree
increased
with
areas, have they named what areas have they focused on so far?
So far, I saw the recent coverage with the new bill that the continuing resolution and everything else, trying to poke holes in that and see where all the different money was going.
Do you know what they wanted
admit
added to the bill? Do you mean the budget resolution from a couple weeks ago?
Sure.
Do you know what they wanted to do to that bill?
I'm not sure. What point are we trying to
So
make?
they held it up after Elon Musk put a tweet up. They wanted to increase the debt limit, the debt ceiling, by $5 trillion to go into more deficit spending for Trump's tax cuts for the billionaires, for corporations, from 21% to 15%. So they wanted to go more into deficit spending, and also there was a provision there's a provision that prevents American but they wanted to raise the debt ceiling and spend more money. Doge wanted to spend more money, going more debt, and also Elon Musk got a provision taken out that would limit American investments in Chinese companies, because he has a direct conflict of interest with an AI company, with the Communist Party of China. So Elon Musk is also very ingrained with Chinese politics, or China interests. So he got that removed from the budget resolution as well. So they want to increase the debt ceiling, and also Elon did not want to be limited with his trading with China, which was a national security concern.
My understanding of the debt ceiling and everything else.
So that's really self-serving from him.
Sure. Well, so I made a few points there. The move towards a more free speech economy, I think that we need to get the border under control. I think that economic optimism is on the rise. I think that foreign policy is going to go in the right direction here. I think within the next year, we'll see Zelensky and Putin figure out an off-ramp here. I think that the Israel-Hamas stuff will all get wrapped up here very quickly, and kind of just see this return to normalcy. That I understand the people that talk about Trump as a clown. That I don't actually think that that's true. As you look around the world, that there's a shift, across the whole world to the right. What we've seen with the trouble that Canada's had, I do not want to talk about Canada as much as the last caller, or what you're seeing down in Argentina, or what we're seeing in Europe, that a lot of these places that have really leaned left for a very long time are, okay, well, a lot of these things really didn't work for us, and now we're going to kind of shift to the right. I do think a lot of the countries around the world do take Trump seriously. I think that most of the foreign leaders see this as a good thing, or if they think anything of it being a bad thing, it's that they're worried that they might not be able to take advantage of us to the same extent that they have been, and that these old deals and old contracts and situations that have existed for the last 70, 80 years, that those things will start to change. I look to get them to pay their fair share.
More NATO countries met their goals under Biden because they actually worked with those countries. So they are paying their fair share to a large extent. Trump seems to be pretty anti-NATO in a general sense. He's blaming NATO for Russia invading Ukraine right now, and also
do you think that
just
it's
remember
fair
as well
on
that
some level that it's not necessarily like we're kind of isolated over here across the ocean on both sides, Pacific and Atlantic, and that you have NATO, which has expanded plenty over to the Eastern Europe region, and that it's kind of like they should be involved in all of that more so than us. It's but America as the police, America as the bodyguards for the whole world here, trying to keep everybody playing fair.
Well, we have the
but again,
Budapest memorandums where we said we were going to help Ukraine.
Really
we said we were going to help.
There.
No, but that's a big deal because there's thousands of people dying, and a country is invading another country, a democratic country, or a dictatorship is invading a democratic country. Ukraine's had issues for sure, but much more democratic than Russia,
I agree.
and Ukraine's issues come from Russia as well. But when it comes to Putin and everything in NATO, there's
Do you
zero
think
reason to
that
support Russia in this
Kamala or
scenario.
that Trump would have been better at handling that relationship than for that issue?
Well, considering Trump wants to cut off all funding in support of Ukraine and force Ukraine to restructure their
I don't think
borders,
that that's his actual policy. I mean, I have not seen him
he
say
literally
anything
just
about
said a
cutting
couple
off.
days ago that the buildings are already destroyed in many of these cities, and the buildings that are destroyed, there's no point to go back. So Ukraine may as well give those cities to Russia now. So he wants to reestablish the borders,
Okay.
give Putin
Well,
what he
if
wants
we're
with land
thinking,
gains.
so that's a different point on whether or not we think that Ukraine is going to gain back all the territory that it's lost versus cutting off all funding. Such, I don't think it's in Trump's favor here to allow Putin to just walk all the way through the capital of Ukraine and into Kyiv and everything else. But
Well, why
I
not?
do think it would be naive to think that Ukraine is going to go back to pre-war land territory here. It's not going to be able to happen.
So we should not support Ukraine at all, even with frozen Russian assets, which is where most of the
Well,
money came
you're
from.
kind of bouncing between the extremes there of cut all funding or
I'm saying what
seek
Trump
it
wants to
off.
do. And with Israel and Hamas and Palestine, Trump wants to help Israel wipe out every civilian in Gaza.
Oh, come on, man. That's too much. That's not true.
Trump said that explicitly. He said that Israel
He
has
wants
not been
to
going nearly hard
kill
enough.
the civilians.
He
I
said
don't
he
think
wants
the
to
word
help them
kill
level the
civilians
area
came
to
out
the
of his mouth.
ground. He said that
Yes,
Israel
and
needs
so
to go
what
harder than
civilians
ever
are still
before.
there that are not involved or anything else like that. But again, it's this idea that
flattening
Hamas
Gaza.
and that Israel is trying to kill civilians is like the bank
I didn't say
robbers
they're trying to kill
coming
civilians.
to,
I'm saying what Trump wants, his policy is going to result in that. Because he wants to cut off all aid requirements from the U.S. Trump said he's not going to talk about humanitarian aid at all going into Gaza.
But do you understand how much actual aid has gone into the area from Israel? Or that what again? I do.
Israel
stand for
has
the
not
point
met
that I
aid
think-
expectations once. They have not met aid expectations once. Food trucks were lied about to the U.S. from Israel, and Trump just says, whatever, we're going to stop making you send them at all.
What's the source on that the food trucks were a lie? Because I'm pretty sure that I've seen the caravan.
Biden's administration
multiple
administration literally reported this because they threatened to hold arms. They threatened to withhold arms if Israel does not meet humanitarian
Reporting that I've seen, again,
levels.
we could different sources and everything else, but my understanding is that there's been 3,000 calories a day per person, per citizen of Gaza being shipped in every day. And I do believe that most of that is not reaching them. I don't think that the World Kitchen and everything else have been truthful about what's going on over there and the attack that got their people killed. I just all of that's super tragic, but watching what actually happened live on TV and the way that they handled all of that, I think that Israel has done more than any country in history has ever done to try to protect civilian populations and to be as targeted as possible. I think they have the lowest terrorist to civilian ratio of accidental casualties in any history of any conflict.
So far, since October 7th, there have been around 50,000 Palestinian civilian deaths. There have been 300 journalists who have gotten killed, hundreds of medical workers and humanitarian workers who have gotten killed. And
so do you believe that Israel is attempting to kill civilians, or that
No, I'm just saying that Trump
war?
said they're not going hard enough. Trump said he wants them to blow everything to the
Well, I think
as
that
much
is
as possible.
definitely true. That if it was just left up to Israel, that we've seen the scale of their intelligence, we've seen the scale of their not like wisdom, intelligence, oh, that too, but on their military intelligence, that they've been able to, when left to their own devices, completely neuter Hezbollah, completely take out all of these different issues.
I'm talking about Trump saying he's going to end humanitarian aid into or end us supporting humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's what I'm talking about. Why does Trump want to end humanitarian aid into Gaza?
At this point, I don't know how many people are left in Gaza that are really anybody that's left is dealing with the terrorists here, man. It was absolutely.
How many civilians are still in Gaza? Let's see.
No, and you know what? I feel that's.
There are around 2 million. There's 2 million civilians, it seems, in Gaza still.
And
I
if
think.
that was Israel's point of view, that they don't care about civilian life, I mean, I think that that's true for
I
every
didn't say
conflict
Israel. I
in the
said
world.
Trump. I said Trump. I said Trump. Trump wants to end humanitarian aid to Israel, to Gaza. Why does Trump want to do
Okay.
that?
I think that he's trying to release the shackles that have prevented Israel from ending this 10 months ago.
So humanitarian aid trucks are what is,
What
preventing
other
Israel. What does ending it mean?
is
So they're going to
Russia
kill. Are they
having
going to kill?
is Russia sending aid into Ukraine as they invade? Is
It's
Ukraine
different.
sending aid to Russia? I don't understand why that's an expectation that you have to.
Have you looked
ship
at a
aid
map
into the
before
place.
of Israel and
That's
Gaza?
not
Have you looked at a
true.
map? Have you looked at a map before?
Yes, I'm familiar
At the
with the
very
map.
minimal level, it's an occupation. So, which means the people there are not free to leave or come in, and Israel controls the borders. So Israel controls if
Israel
anything
controls
comes
the
in or out.
border. Egypt controls the border, and they've opened the borders and allowed people to try to leave many, many times. The people that are left are either there by force, by the terrorists, or are choosing not to leave those areas. They've attempted to move them. Israel has the Air Force that they could flatten the entire area if they so choose, but instead they've allowed their sons and daughters to die by going door to door, trying in the most efficient ways possible the beeper attacks, everything else. What they do, they sit there and they drop the like pamphlets from the sky saying, "Hey, this is the building that we're going to hit. Please get out." But that doesn't give you enough martyrs. Again, we're so far in the weeds here, man. But the Hamas is the one responsible for every civilian that's died by putting weapons within
The borders are
hospitals.
still. The borders have remained closed to the general Gaza population. The borders have remained under blockade or blockade. I don't know
It's
where
not
you
true.
heard that they're just letting people leave. There's very
I
severe
know that they
limitations on
opened
who
up
can
the
leave.
valley that as they've moved, they've tried to they've opened the
The
escape
point is
routes.
about
trying to leave
the main
alleys.
point is about Trump. Why he needs to stress the humanitarian aid part that we cannot provide any aid.
The point
all.
is that there are still American citizens and there are still hostages there 15 months after this horrible terrorist act, and that it's the
You just keep
Biden
avoiding
holding
the idea of why it's bad to send civilians aid, or why we can't keep on or at least having standards for
I'm
humanitarian
saying
aid.
that it's like saying again, the size. It's not just because you're
Ukraine
more
is not
powerful doesn't mean that you're right or wrong in this. It's
an
Israel
occupation is
correct.
different from
Russia
different
is
states
wrong.
having different levels of power. When you have a civilian population, okay? We're talking about an occupation. We're talking about Israel saying they're having a good faith, okay? A good faith effort to take care of a problem they see for their national security and safety.
So
That's
I
what they're
picture
saying.
it like that there are bank robbers. Hamas are the bank robbers. They ran into the bank. They've taken hostages, and they're sitting there with a gun against the head of the hostage. And they're saying that if you come in and you interfere with our bank robbery and you don't let us go, if you don't let us just walk free and stay in power, everything else, then we're going to kill these hostages.
Wait. Do you think that Russia is, I know this is different, but do you think Russia is justified in invading Ukraine? And this is the final foreign policy thing, and then we get to more domestic issues quick.
Do I think that they are? I do not know the history. I know that there's been points made about the Russian heritage and what that area looks like. I don't know enough foreign history there to
So
know
if there's
the
Russian
reason, but I
heritage in the
think
area,
that
they are
it's
justified.
clearly that this has led to so much death and destruction and so much pain.
No,
for
don't give the
Ukraine.
emotional. Don't give the
It's
emotional.
not. But that's
You're
what I'm saying.
responding.
Is
You're
that I
responding like a
think that
podcaster. I
Russia
want to
is
hear
wrong.
your
I
actual
think that
take on it.
Hamas
You
is
think
wrong.
Russia's wrong? You think Russia's wrong?
I think Russia's wrong.
Okay, good. I'll take it. Because it seems like a lot of Trump voters today are fans of Russia because they have cool Call of Duty military ads, and they think Putin's strong. But yeah, okay, I'll take that. I hope Trump does not completely abandon Ukraine. Because also it's not good for Russia to keep on moving.
Either.
We don't want Russia to have justification that if they have nuclear weapons, they can just take countries, like Georgia and Ukraine, and use it under the guise of nationalism. But I guess with Trump threatening to take Canada and Mexico and the Gulf of America and
No, I think
Greenland,
that Trump. Well,
I guess we're
that
on board
was
with that
the
too.
Ben Shapiro story, and that Trump talking to Putin, and hey, if you cross us, if you do X, Y, or Z, then we're going to hit you in the face. And it's the fuck around, find out.
Yeah, we'll see, because
And-
Trump is a lot of talk. He's a lot of talk for sure. We'll see what happens.
And I understand that there are things bigger than just one person, but I do believe the idea that these things did not happen under Trump, that there were bad things that were happening around the world and under Obama. There's still bad things, but no new wars, that whole train of thought. And then it happened
Conflict
under
increased
Biden.
under Trump. There was literally a genocide in Yemen, and Donald Trump vetoed the bill that was going to stop arms sales to Saudi Arabia because he has business partners there. And overall conflict was higher under Trump than it was under Biden. I don't know why people can give Trump the anti-war take, but not Biden.
Overall conflict
Combat deaths were up over. Trump had 4 times more combat deaths than Biden did. And Biden only had those deaths because Trump organized a really bad pullout plan for Afghanistan. But I'm not gonna not let you respond there.
Was problematic. I had family that were overseas at the same time. Kamala was in those debates saying we have no people in active war zones, and
okay. I don't. Okay, that's the right wing. Okay, I feel like I'm talking to a Twitter bot. Can we let's talk about?
I think that I've done a fairly good job of having probably one of. I think we're doing the best that the last 12 callers have done.
It's good. No, it's good. It's good. It's just the Kamala point. I'm like, why are we talking about Kamala? Like, I'm talking about completely different things. I'm talking about Biden and Trump's record. And I brought up Afghanistan and the combat zones comment.
You wanted to move back to domestic now. So
yeah.
There any of those other points? I understand.
My biggest question. Okay, I need to know this. This is huge.
Sure.
What do you make out of Donald Trump with all of the recent conversation, the recent discussions on the Gulf of America, Mexico, Canada, annexing Canada through economic means? Annexing the Panama Canal through military means, and also annexing Greenland through military means, possibly. What do you make out of Trump making this a huge point of his campaign right now? Or not campaign, but the first big story of his presidency.
Bad, everything else are silly. I think with Trudeau leaving, any talk of having to go into Canada goes away. I think that was always a joke. I think that was always a troll. I think that the Gulf of Mexico, is that something that I would have ever thought to try to do? No, I don't really care either. Does it offend me if they change it? Not really. Does it benefit me at all if they? I think that's just kind of silly. I don't know, good or bad on that one. What the impact there is, just to, if we have 65% of that border, call it Trump, like their Gulf of America, don't really care. I think Greenland had the conversation. You said that they want to do it militarily. I would prefer something to try to buy it from the Dutch. But I think that there is reason. We do have bases there, that it is important for that Arctic shipping lane, that there's not that many people there. You could go into the history of which explorers in the 1700s did what at which time and who was first, but realistically,
I don't care about that
we need to have a presence there. I think that is important, that if it's so important for, I think we need to be paying attention to what's happening up north, and that would give us.
We do. We have very expensive, intelligence technology in Greenland.
Space base or whatever there, and I think that would be a wonderful asset for the United States. As far as Panama, that we gave them that we helped build it, and then we gave it to Panama, and they've, I think, not been very responsible with it.
If Greenland costs $1 trillion, okay, $1 trillion, do you think America should buy it for $1 trillion? The American taxpayer.
You know what, man? I'd have to do more research. I don't have that $1 trillion.
It doesn't seem like a government efficiency. I don't know about that. That seems like I don't know. Do you care about the national debt?
I don't know. If you said $200 billion, maybe I'd want to jump at it, but I don't know.
Like we're on Pawn Stars. We're on Shark Tank right now, dude.
Yeah.
We're selling we have to talk to Ricky Harrison or whatever his name was on Pawn Stars. How much are you gonna sell Greenland for? I have to bring in an expert to check it out first.
If there's a deal that works in Dutch, the Denmark, that they're all for it, and we can do that peacefully.
No one's for it. Yeah, no one's for it at all, except Trump and his brain, I guess. And he wants to use the military for Panama as well, or he does not roll it out. He said he does not roll out the military for Panama or Greenland.
That's good that he hasn't ruled it out. I think that we do need to keep 40% of American shipping goes through the Panama Canal each year, and I do see that Panama, with them having their own sovereignty over that space, that would be fine. But with them letting China have I forget the name of the company, has the east border, the west border, that they are prepared. And I would fully believe that if conflict with China ramped up here in the coming years, that they would try to shut off our access to that. And I don't think that we can allow them to have that kind of control over an asset that is so important and in our hemisphere, to allow that to happen. And so hopefully the Panama would be able, with the American backing, to keep China out of those kind of positions.
I would
of
love to know where you
control
heard the
over-
thing about China owning. When you said China owns the west and east border, what did you mean? Like,
My understanding is that China has a large, based out of Hong Kong, port company that has ports on both sides of the canal, and they're also building bridges across the canal. And that those are all things that those are civilian-owned companies. They're private companies, but they're based out of Hong Kong, which is controlled by China, which is a Chinese Communist Party, and that they can government take over those businesses at any time. And so I don't think that they have Chinese military walking around openly in those sites.
yeah,
But
there's
I
no
think that
troops
they
there.
could-
Trump lied about that. I don't know why he said that.
No, I'm not even saying that they have troops. I think that it is dangerous for China, who is at best our rival, at worst something much worse, in control of those areas that they.
But there's
are
no.
so
I'm just saying
well-
there's no evidence they are in control of these areas in a sense that they
But
are in control of
realistically, as somebody
anything
with
there.
good common sense, that you don't think it would be problematic that they have all of this infrastructure that they're building up on not just both sides of the canal, but directly within the canal's area.
I
and
just
over
can't
them.
find any. I can't find any proof of what you're saying. If you can send me something, I can engage in this.
Yeah,
I just can't
I
find
have
proof
your
of it.
Venmo thing there. I'd be happy to
Yep,
try to send you
sure
some
thing.
stuff.
Okay, so
But
domestic
assuming that was
policy.
true, we've granted a few things that would you think it's problematic for China to be able to shut down the Panama Canal to us? And that should
If-
we be doing anything, whether it's us getting directly involved or whether it is us trying to help Panama kick them out or to prevent them from doing that takeover, would that be problematic to you that they do have that control?
Okay. So I think first off, it's problematic that we're even talking about this without any Panama officials saying anything, without anyone having any concerns prior to Trump making up a story about it. But like, if this story were true, okay, and if this were a real concern, if this is something that is happening, then it'd be problematic for anyone to have control of a huge trade port that's not engaging with every country equally. That's why we have free trade agreements. That's why we need agreements and global stability as well. But in general, I don't know why Trump did not talk about this during the campaign. You know, why did he not bring this up once during the campaign? If this is going to be his
I'm not
number one
sure.
focus, I don't know.
I've only been aware of it. It's kind of the way the news works, and since that came up as you can't.
I mean,
be aware of
no one
what's
could have known
happening.
about it. No one could have known it before a week ago. You know, he brought it up a week ago. No one knew.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of countries in the world, and I'm not.
And here I was
what I was
thinking Trump
doing.
was going to do grocery prices. I thought Trump was going to do grocery prices.
Well,
You know, I
brought that
was
up in
I was
the
so
other one, and I don't
I
think
was so-
that the answer
wow.
is price gouging. I don't think that there were whatever. Again, we're not.
No,
talking
I'm just saying.
about Kamala.
I thought Trump was going to
But
do
I
grocery
think that,
prices.
you know
I
what,
did
I
not think he
that
was going
the
to do this as the
realistic way
focus.
that
This is a weird
grocery
focus. I
prices
don't
will
know.
come down- I think that the way that grocery prices come down is that you get our energy prices down, that the amount of gas, the amount of oil that is used in transporting and farming and trying to get all of those groceries to where they need to go, I think that if you can reduce the prices there 5-10% and get them saving
5 or 10%. Energy costs make up around.
numbers out of my butt here, man.
I know, but you realize that when we talk about grocery prices, the cost of food is like 5 or 10% energy. So if something costs $1, then 10 cents of that is energy. So if we reduce energy costs by 10%, which would be a lot, then that $1 item would cost 99 cents then.
When you do things at scale, though,
A
small
penny on the
changes
dollar.
can make a huge. Well, penny on a dollar is a big deal. I worked tonight not to.
How are we gonna
successful business
nationalize
owner,
ExxonMobil?
But in one of my previous positions, I worked at a very large 600 locations multinational company. And my very exciting position was that I was working on trying to overhaul all of their printers. And we were able to save them tens of millions of dollars across this humongous corporation by just enforcing things like not letting that little blue ink at the bottom of an email come up on the address line, or saying that you had to print double-sided, or that your thing doesn't actually come out of the printer. Again, it's a very niche example, but it's these small things that when you do things on a scale across the whole country, that you actually see really big savings. And to these companies that have such narrow margins to begin with, I mean, that it's not.
But we're talking about, okay, no. We're talking about directly. You can tell me a story, but directly, when energy costs make up around 10% of the price for these goods, okay? If you reduce energy costs by 10%, which would be huge, that's a huge decrease. That would reduce every dollar by 1 cent. So like if eggs are $6 right now, that would be reduced to $6.94 or $5.94 instead. when Trump says energy costs are going to get grocery prices down, it makes zero sense, especially when the U.S. hit record energy production in 2023, the highest level of energy independence that we ever had, especially when we
And my
don't even
understanding
control
of
where the
that
oil
would
goes.
be that
ExxonMobil
things that were
decides more than we
started in
do.
the previous that's the economy under Biden was due to Trump because it was a delayed 4-year thing. But a lot of those oil rights and the things that Trump tried to set up in his that did come to fruition and turn on under Biden, which is why Biden doing things now, like trying to just sign away 600 million acres of drilling rights such that Trump wouldn't be able to do that up there in the Northeast and those drilling rights and everything else to try to hurt that plan to increase the energy production of America that I don't understand why we would want to do things like that. I don't understand why. It just feels like all very bad faith things that have been happening the last couple of weeks here that we can argue about the efficiency of the wall, but why would they be selling it off for pennies on the dollar to try to make it even harder on the American people to rebuild that? I think that, again, we get into these really specific things, but I don't know if you've really shared anything with me where you explained why Trump is going to ruin the country, or why the things that I think like the free speech or the economic opportunity or the border security or any of these things aren't actually good for the country.
Well, me asking you questions is helping prove a lot of my points about different topics. So I'm asking you questions on purpose. So like for the offshore drilling, that's been asked for by not only activists but also local economies for a long time. By the way, if they're drilling already in these areas, that does not change. It's just new contracts. I'm pretty sure Biden signed a record number of federal leases for drilling. I was trying to find that data, but coastal cities, a big part of their GDP comes off of the healthy ocean. So those cities would lose their economies as well if this oil, if drilling continues and starts to happen at a very hyper inflated rate for new leases, especially with all the oil spills we have. We spill thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of oil in the ocean every single year that we just don't hear about unless if it's a huge one like the big Gulf of Mexico spill. But yeah, there's other economic concerns with ruining the commons and ruining the ruining the ocean. And Trump somehow says that offshore windmills are more dangerous than offshore drilling, which is I almost cursed, which is freaking insane.
If you're a whale or a bird or whatever else, but
yeah, because offshore drilling is much worse for whales. Like that gets whales on the beach. They're dead and stuff, So. And wind energy is really productive, by the way. Wind energy is actually more productive or on par with oil. It's just harder to maintain and harder to actually build.
I've seen the clips of it, but I wish that I had that nice new, landman or whatever scene there and the full quote for you about the dangers of wind and everything else. I would love to have a little windmill in my backyard. I'd love to have solar panels on my roof if I could afford it, but yeah, I'm not against those things. I think that we just can't ruin the economy in hopes of destroying everything else along the way.
Well, what I just said would not ruin the economy and actually probably preserve it. But also, just for the chat real quick, make sure you drop a like and subscribe. Thank you for joining me. And also, did you hear my neck crack, chat? I don't think it picked up on the call, but I just cracked my neck. I want to know if you heard it. You may have. I saw
How am I
my
doing?
microphone level spike.
Most are people happy or people angry? Because I can't see the chat anymore.
You have no idea how a port is run, do you? I didn't talk about... Who talked about a port? Wait, who are you talking about a port to? Someone said you have no idea how a port is run, do you? I don't know if he's talking to you or me. What did he say about a port? I forget.
That China had ports on both sides of the canal, and that it gives them a landing spot to try to take over the canal if they became true hostile with us.
Whales aren't going that far in. We have data on the whales dying. Look, listen to the scientists argue. Okay.
All right. The rapid fire, we've been going about 38 minutes. It is, I know it's later for you. It's 1:30 a.m. my time. But I think
in general, so if you want to hear all my points about Trump,
the Trump administration will be more free speech oriented than the previous administration was.
He wants to jail people that burn the American flag. That's anti-First Amendment.
I don't think that that's going to happen, man. And if I'm proven wrong...
I don't care if it's not going to happen. He's suing a pollster, okay? He's suing a pollster in Iowa for an incorrect prediction.
Okay, I'd have to see the story, man. I haven't seen it.
If you don't know that story, then you don't have enough to comment on his free speech credentials, because he's very anti-free speech. And in fact, he just met with Jeff Bezos. He met with Jeff Bezos. Bezos gave him a donation. Then Bezos is now banning bad articles about Trump for the Washington Post. So look up Washington Post. Here's my homework. I want you to call in again. Okay, Google Washington Post, Jeff Bezos, Trump ban. Okay, so blocking
And then we can
articles.
Google Hunter Biden laptop story.
Bro,
Facebook,
you're such a
everything else
meme.
banned.
Okay, be serious. Be
Oh
serious.
my God! Come on, I'm doing the
You're
same
talking
thing
about
you're
a
doing.
non-governmental official with a made-up story. The Burisma case, the guy who the whistleblower came out and said he lied, and now he's going to federal prison for it because he lied about the Burisma corruption with
we're
Hunter Biden. I don't care. The strongest cases they got were on a gun
have
forum.
Video evidence of Biden on stage saying, "Yeah, I called him up, said stop looking into them. If you don't do that, we're going to take the money." But that's not quid pro quo.
That was about a totally different topic because the person in
That
Ukraine
was about his
was not
son,
cracking down on
and but
corruption.
now I
That was not about a son. That was
understand
out of context. That was literally not about a son. There was no evidence about that because if it was, Republicans would have been able to impeach Biden on that, or they would have tried to. They did not try to. They would have had better charges for Hunter Biden other than an ATF form that he filled out and back taxes.
Right. But
Why did they charge Hunter Biden for
we talked
ATF
about
forms
that
and back
earlier,
taxes?
too. You're getting heated, man.
Yeah, because you brought up a dumb comment in response to me saying that a billionaire has a relationship with a president
Okay, I
and
mean,
he's
you don't
blocking
think
bad
that
articles
there
about
has
the
been a
president.
ton
And the
of
president wants to put
censorship
people
of
in jail for burning the
conservative
American
voices in
flag.
the last few years,
And
man?
Trump is banning and Trump is suing a pollster that just got a poll wrong, so he can try to have a chilling effect on polling. That might be
I'd
negative
have to
against
see
him.
the report. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
you
that
don't
one.
see you don't know about these stories that are very public, and you're saying he's gonna be good for free speech. I just need you to look them up, okay? We could talk again about them, but you do know Hunter Biden laptop story because the media you watch, the media bubble you're in, does tell you about that. I know about both
That was a
stories because I
pretty
look at both
big
sides.
thing. Okay.
But I'm
that's
just
good,
saying
man.
we should call in again and discuss these topics about Trump and free speech because I guarantee you Trump is probably going to be the worst free speech president in American history. We can wait 2 months, 3 months, a year to talk about that, but we'll see. And you could just say every time I bring up something about Trump, it's like he's a 5-year-old child. Okay, a 5-year-old child who's illiterate. It's like, oh, he doesn't know what he's saying. He just talks. He's not actually going to do that.
From New Jersey, man, they're that he's
No, I can't trust
demonstration,
anything he
but
says. I can't trust anything he says.
We'll trust what he does.
Whenever he says something bad. Yeah, I know. We'll see what he does because what he did the first term was also very bad as well. Okay. Do you think January 6th was an insurrection?
I do not think that was an insurrection. I think that there is definitely people that made a lot of mistakes. I think that it needs to be looked into. The people that are still in jail after 3 or 4 years here, the people that are in jail without cause, the people that have been in, even the ones that beat up the cops. I'm very pro-cop. That I don't want people beating up cops. I don't
Wait,
know.
you think he
what
should
the
pardon the
expect-
ones that beat up the cops?
I don't know what the plan is on how many years in prison you're supposed to send if you fight a cop at a riot.
If okay. If someone, I'll just give a hypothetical. Trump wants to pardon every single January 6th person, every single one. If someone grabbed a riot shield and beat up a cop, and they were part of a mob that beat up that cop, and that same cop killed himself a day later, should that person get a pardon from Trump?
Well, I don't know about the killing himself being a part of it.
Yeah, because multiple Capitol police officers commit suicide after this from the extreme PTSD. So if you beat up a cop with their own riot shield and use the riot shield to break into the Capitol after beating up said cop, should you be pardoned by Trump?
If you punch a cop, you deserve to go to jail. I'm not sure for how long.
Okay.
I think that there's a lot of things that were not clear about that day with how many people were just let in, the people that walked in.
No one was
without
just let
doing anything.
in. No, they weren't just let in. They were guided into
There's
different
video
areas.
evidence of that.
Yes. Do you know why? Do you know why cops were opening certain doors?
Not happy to hear about it.
What's your theory on it first?
That they let people in because it was not serious at that point.
Okay, so they let people in because they were trying to evacuate the halls of Congress to make sure every politician was safe because the people that were there with zip ties and with the guy that had a noose with the Confederate flags and the Auschwitz shirts and the Nazi flags and everyone that was walking around
we
in
talked
the
about
Capitol,
Jewish thing, very
the people that broke into the Capitol, they broke into the windows first. The Proud Boys were the first people in the Capitol. The Proud Boys, if you want to blame anyone for inciting more violence, it was the Proud Boys that Trump told to stand by or stand back and stand by to. But they were the first ones in the Capitol. They broke through a window. After the riot got out of control, went crazy, the Capitol police officers were outnumbered like 1 to 5,000 or some crazy number, like or 1 to 1,000. At that point, your goal, your 100%
Police
goal,
officers were 1 to 1,000.
at that point, it was
Yeah.
it was some huge ratio, okay? When you have a big mob like that, you're outnumbered and they're breaking into the Capitol actively. At that point, your goal is to distract them and lead them. It's basic riot control. because these are social things as well. You lead them into different parts of the Capitol away from the lawmakers. So that's why you see the one, it was the Capitol police officer. He was the black officer. He got a medal from Biden. I forget which one. It might have been Medal of Freedom. I forget the one civilian award. But his big thing was convincing them to go a different way. And if they would have gone the wrong way, they would have been close to reaching lawmakers. So the reason you see cops opening up doors and everything is because they're trying to lead everyone into a different part. If you ever played like a tower defense game or something, or whatever, or Call of Duty Zombies, all right? You ever play Call of Duty Zombies? You ever play Call of Duty Zombies?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like circling the zombies, all right? They wanted to go into more favorable parts of the map so they can maintain security of the Capitol to make sure that lawmakers could get out safely. They were not letting people in.
I think that the people that were there and that were violent and the people that did stupid things on January 6th should be punished.
Yeah. So like with that nuance there.
This is the worst thing in the world. I do not think this is comparable to whatever the View host said most recently here.
Ben Shapiro,
World War II, and
Ben Shapiro said it was worse than 9/11.
I don't think Ben Shapiro said it was worse than 9/11.
Oh, I could get you the clip of it. Ben Shapiro definitely said that. We can watch the clip right now. Let's find it. Let's see. Ben Shapiro. But everyone changed their mind now because they're all liars. Ben Shapiro, January 6th, 9/11. He said it was worse than 9/11 for democracy. Let me find it.
What does 9/11 have to do with democracy?
Well, that's why Ben Shapiro said it was worse than 9/11.
It doesn't please.
Here you go. I don't know if you want to get the stream up, but I'm about to put it up. You want to hear it? But yeah, in general, I would agree. Okay, so there's the Proud Boys, and then there's the other
chattel
guys.
slavery. It's not as bad as the Holocaust. It's not as bad.
Okay, wait. I don't care about that. I'm trying to agree with you. Okay, listen.
Sure.
I'm saying that if you're saying that the Proud Boys and the militias were the people that got them into the Capitol, they broke in initially. And then after the fact, more people got violent. There were like 3 waves, okay? First wave was the violent militias. They were extremely intentful. Second wave were the people there. They were ready to do some damage. They did not really have a plan, but they wanted to do some damage. Once they saw things get crazy, they were like, all right, baby, it's happening. Then the third group, once the cops were doing the riot control, like the old lady that was like wandering around, she didn't know where she was. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't think she belongs in prison. I don't think she deserves.
So do you think that third wave? Do you think that third wave should be pardoned, hypothetically? But the first wave should be in jail still, right?
Depending on what their crime was, if they, I think that it would.
Oh, why is it hard for you to say that if you beat up cops and broke in the Capitol, you should be in jail?
I would be happy to. If there was a person that punched an officer in the chest, I don't know if he still needs to be in jail 4 years later. If there's the guy that beat somebody up with a riot shield, that specific gentleman, and that person that led to their death, then maybe he needs to stay for another few years here. I'm not sure where it goes on that. I don't know if that. I don't think that constitutes as manslaughter or anything else if somebody commits suicide after the fact.
No. I'm just saying that to add effect to how bad that day was, because people forget how bad it actually was, and they show the pictures from it.
I think that. I mean, again, but we talk about how bad it was, but I'm pretty sure it was over in like less than 3 hours. And that then they were able to go and certify the election and everything moved on. So it was really not.
We have pictures of Republican officials cowering behind security trying to run away. That's why it was bad, because they got close enough to finding politicians led by the president who brought them to the Capitol on the day of the certification after he lied about the election.
I don't think that Trump led them to the Capitol.
He literally had a riot down the street and told them go to the Capitol. He said peacefully at one point, but the whole conversation was about you're going to lose your country if you don't act now. If you don't act. You're going to lose your country. Your family's going to lose your country. Your family's going to be in danger. Rudy Giuliani said trial by combat. We need trial by combat today. They literally had a noose hanging up while they screamed hang Mike Pence after Trump spoke. After Mike Pence already told Trump he's not going to decertify the election. Trump still said we need to go at Mike Pence.
Giuliani did not say hang Mike Pence. If somebody
No. The crowd was saying it because that's what Trump inferred with all of his language. And Trump today, when he talks about January 6th today, he says us, as in the rioters, and them, as in the Capitol Police.
His most recent comments on all of that has been, we're going to win like the biggest revenge is just going to be winning. We're just going to...
No. Oh, wait. I'm talking about January 6th. That was about the comments where he said he wanted to go after his political opponents with the U.S. military. That's the other fascist thing he said. But that was,
you have the actual comments there, because I've heard that.
He just talked about January 6th. He just talked about January 6th yesterday.
To go to a firing line that so-and-so...
He talked yesterday about this, by the way, at a press conference.
Okay. I know that it was
He
supposed to be
says,
a really good
look at the press
conference.
conference.
I haven't watched all of it
He
here.
describes it today as the rioters, us, and the Capitol Police, them. He says Ashley Babbitt was killed for no reason by them. We were killed by them. He says we and us about the January 6th rioters, and he still says the election was stolen in 2020. So that, to me, shows some intent at the time, especially because he watched it. The Capitol grounds were breached before Trump even tweeted telling his supporters to go home. That already happened. He watched it on TV for a few hours before he said anything during that day. And he still says today, again, the rioters were us and the police were them. And he shows zero remorse at all for any of the police that day that got beat up because he's anti-cop when the cops are anti-him. I'm pro-cop, by the way. I'm amazing. I'm amazing.
That's good. It's a shared belief.
Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Appreciate it. Channel memberships are $2.99. I am going a little bit harder right now, and I am getting into 3 a.m. mode because it's almost 3 a.m. But I do appreciate you calling in. I want to give you a good few minutes to give me your final thoughts. I would like to talk to you again a different night as well. If you drop another $5 in there, definitely. But I do appreciate this conversation. I appreciate you calling in. I think these conversations are really good for us to have. But yeah, I want to give you a couple minutes to wrap up before you hop off here. I think it's because I know I went hard for a few seconds there. But yeah, just your general perspective of this conversation, and also if there's anything else you want to talk about at a future time, we could definitely schedule something or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, I've been with Trump the whole way through here. That I gold card member back in 2016 when he was first elected, and I'm happy to see him come back this time. I looked at Vivek, I looked at DeSantis and everything else, but with Trump being the winner, I'm glad that he's coming back here. I definitely was happy that the Republicans won this election. Looking ahead at the next 4 years here, I expect to see a move away from censorship. I expect to see a move towards increased border security. I'm not anti-immigration. I'm not anti-H-1B. I'm pro-legal immigration. I think that it benefits our country. I appreciate doing the brain drain everywhere else. I think that we're going to see more investment from around the world into the United States. I think we're going to see stability around the other nations in the world. I think we're seeing a large shift towards the right, which I think is good around the world. I'm excited by the cabinet picks. I think that Hegseth is going to do great things in the military to try to get us back on track. I love what he's talking about with recruiting and getting our budgets figured out. And I think that Marty and RFK are going to do good things for our health and agriculture and trying to fix our food and trying to fix medication and everything else. And I'm not anti-vax or anything like that, but I think that there should have been the choice. I think there should have been discussion. I think that if it doesn't assist in the food, it doesn't need to be there. I think that we need to look at why the country is so fat. I think we need to look at why we have so many of these systemic problems. And I think that across the board, things are really going to be looking up here the next couple of years. And
it's overeating, by the way.
See what they'll do.
It's overeating in portion sizes. Like Japan cooks with seed oils and everything, and they're really not obese at all. We have like addictive fast foods mostly, and a lot of high sugar content foods that we eat.
Good stuff.
And we need to regulate that with big government too, which is a little bit weird because we need like EU or Canada style policies, which I don't think that Trump's going to be able to support because he's like anti-government and all that.
I don't know about anti-government, but anti-big government. It would be great if the government got to a point where it wasn't so scary every 4 years that we thought that the government was going to be able to come and destroy us.
Police officers
ruin our way of life.
Were injured. Therefore, people.
It wasn't such a huge deal that we could all just kind of be happy and left to our own devices there. But obviously, there are things that the government is needed for. But I had a great talk. We went 51 minutes by my count over here, and I hope that you had a good one and enjoyed talking to me too. And I'm glad I stepped up to try to call you, man. So I had a fun time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know you said at the beginning you don't usually do this. We had 500 people watching us this entire conversation. So say hi to 500 people. I feel like if I would have told you that earlier, it would have made me more stressed out, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I can't think of another time I've talked in front of 500 people. So thank you to everybody that's listening. Thank you for having your channel, man. And I just had never found you before. It popped up on my feed, and I'm glad I took the time to kind of didn't listen to that voice that said, "Nah, you're not going to actually call in, are you?" If you didn't have the people cursing at you, I probably wouldn't have. So I'm glad we had a good talk.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. All right. Yeah, have a great one.
Have a good night, man.
All right, I want to play this really quick. This is the Ben Shapiro clip from 9/11, or wait, from January 6th.
Over a dozen police officers who are injured. There are 4 people who are dead. 1 person was shot. 3 people died in medical emergencies yesterday. That's as bad an event as I have ever seen in American public life. Frankly, I think that in many ways it's the worst.
That's as bad of an event as I have ever seen in American public life. Now he says it's nothing. Now he
Thing to
thinks it's all funny.
happen
Now he thinks it's
to
funny.
the United States of America since 9/11. It was cataclysmically awful. Cataclysmically awful. Obviously, a very different sort of thing, considering that 9/11 was a foreign terror attack ending with mass carnage and mass death. But the grave damage done to the sense of democracy, to the propriety of a republic, and to the functional workings of our government yesterday, it was pretty awful.
Yep. So even the conservative commentators grifted for a while on that issue. Well, now they're grifting, acting like they don't care because it's whatever. GG's. Okay, the person who donated $5 earlier. If you want to call in and jump ahead of the line, you have to donate $5 to Venmo. But I might be done for the night. I'm not sure. I have one more person who donated through a super chat. By the way, I usually don't do this. Okay, I see your number. Let me go back to my other page. Okay, if you know who I'm talking about. You super chatted $5. I usually only take the calls from Venmo, but since you've waited this long, but do know for the future, Venmo is the way to go because I lose track of it on stream because I get other super chats and everything. Channel memberships are $2.99. If you support this kind of content, if you support me talking until 3 a.m., please consider supporting the channel monetarily. It's only $3. Small price to pay for democracy, and I'm probably going to be attacked by the new administration, so I'll probably have some knocks on my door for no reason. So please support it. You're not the person I'm trying to talk to. Is that person still here? Did you go to bed, Julian? Did Julian go to bed? Remember, if you want to call in, you gotta... I'm waiting for the person who paid me money, dude. Thank you guys for watching, though. Thank you, mods, and thank you also viewers who are always here. Definitely appreciate you. I saw Kate earlier, I believe. Yeah, I have your number up. I know. There you go.
Call from
Julian.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Hello, sir.
One moment.
Can you hear me well?
Yep, I can hear you good. How are you?
Good. How about yourself, man? I've been waiting here for a while, hearing all these boomers talk about Trump and shilling for him for a while now.
Yeah, I appreciate you waiting that long. I apologize for the wait. It happens. The conversation can go pretty long. And also, I was not expecting to get 3 donations at the same exact time. Like I said, if I'm getting a lot of them, I usually up the price to like $10 to make people not want to do it if I'm getting too many. But I just happen to get a lot at once. But yeah, definitely thank you for waiting and hopping on here.
No, you're all good. I actually appreciate you taking the super chat. I mean, I don't have Venmo, so I was like, I don't really feel like setting up the whole Venmo right now.
Now, do you have Cash App or PayPal?
I do, but I mean, I'm not going to talk about my bank information and stuff, but I have to like add my card, and I was just like, yeah, I'll just do it through super chat. I'll just get it done easier. I know
I was thinking about, I might add Cash App and PayPal too, because that'll make it more easy. Because I forgot that some people only have like 1 or 2 of those, or maybe none. So I have to, I'll find out a different solution for that.
Yeah, no, I was just hoping you would look at the super chat and make sure to get my call back. But honestly, I will say, before I talk about anything, before we get into any discussion, I will say that I did not vote this year. I was actually very tempted to vote for Trump this year, but I have my criticisms, and hopefully we can get into that right now. Actually have a good conversation compared to what everyone else is talking about. I'm not very informed on like tariffs or, you know, as far as like foreign relations when it comes down to like money, taxes, whatever, you know, even healthcare. I'm not very educated on. But I will say that you do bring up a lot of good points. Did you vote this year, actually, by the way, just to get this out the way?
Yeah, I voted Democrat. I voted Republican in 1 race, but anyone who's associated with like authoritarianism or January 6th denial, I can't really vote for them. So I voted like a local Republican and the rest Democrat.
Okay, so you voted for Kamala, or did you just vote for like the?
Yeah, I voted Kamala. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you voted Kamala. Well, pretty interesting.
I can see you get a little bit triggered about like democratic things. Why did you vote on Kamala? Just to put this out there, just to start off the conversation.
Because Democrats right now are the only party standing up for basic constitutional values at all, of any freedom of participating in democracy, freedom of speech, as well, is more under attack by the right wing, especially with their collusion now with the Washington Post and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, and every billionaire buying these media companies seems to be going to the far right side, including Mark Zuckerberg, after being threatened by Trump with jail time, by the way. So Trump's using his government power to crack down on speech already.
I'm actually
What was
glad you
that?
bring that up because actually a lot of far right people, we could even get into what the far right even is now because I'm only 20 years old, not to dox my personal information, but I am very young. I'm 20 years old, and just seeing how politics has become over the last 4 years, just me becoming a young adult. Politics has really changed. I guess you can say that this has always been like this for a long time. Politics has always been sketchy and weird, but the thing about politics now, and I think you can even agree on this since you have brought up these points about Elon Musk and big tech, or as they call themselves, little tech, Elon Musk, Palantir, we could even get to JD Vance as well. I'm glad that you bring these things up. You're obviously a young guy as well, so I'm glad that you're bringing up these points. I think a lot of younger generation is even waking up to these things as well. But basically what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to this stuff, it's like politics is very different now with tech, right? So we have a lot of tech billionaires, like you said, Jeff Bezos, we have Elon Musk, and they really do have a big stronghold. They have a really big opinion when it comes to politics now. They're where the money's at. They are the biggest companies, in America as far as like tech and freedom of speech. I guess, if we're talking about X, whatever, Facebook and Instagram is a little bit different. But kind of getting off track with what I'm trying to say here. But basically, just like, I feel like a lot of people are too stuck up on like the far left, far right, right wing, Democrat, Republican thing. But a lot of people aren't really focused on this tech thing and where all the where the real money is coming from. But
Yeah, and that's one of the big reasons that I voted for Kamala is because Republicans have shown that they are anti-corruption if it's on the Democrat side, but they are pro-corruption if it's on their side. It's okay if we have the richest man in the world, but we're gonna spread conspiracy theories about George Soros until we die. Although George Soros owns like $7 billion of net worth, and Elon Musk has $450 billion, and he's also a defense contractor with ties to Russia, Saudi Arabia, and China. But we're all cool with that now because Elon Musk said he hates woke liberals, so he's our friend, right? We're seeing social engineering at a large scale, and I think the ruling class, frankly, is surprised it's this easy to get consent from the working people, using racism and homophobia and stuff. And I don't usually use those terms, but if you look at Twitter today, like, it's insane.
would you say this? Let's say Democrats did win, or tech was in favor of Democrats. Wouldn't you think it would just be the exact same thing that they're doing for the Republican Party? Either way,
no, because we had a chance for that to happen. Democrats are way too Democrats are not. It's not way too, but they are way more fair about free speech and as far as who gets to talk at the table. The thing is, far right authoritarian movements always talk about free speech until they're in power. Then they don't have any standard for that. Like, Trump is suing a random pollster for getting a poll wrong. This pollster that barely makes any money doing it, they got one poll wrong about this election, and he wants to sue them. And that gives a chilling effect to all pollsters. It makes them all scared. If the government is going to come crashing down on them, Trump is threatening journalists, threatening to take away media contracts if a media company disagrees with him. He wants to sue everyone. He wants to use the military against his political opponents. I know he walked that back now, finally, after getting elected. But yeah, all those things, even talking about violence and using political violence like Trump does, and then gaslighting America into saying Democrats are the ones with violent rhetoric, after Trump every day says these communist, Marxist, fascists are going to come kill your kids and make them trans every day of his life. And you need to fight to save your country. That is really damaging for the way we even talk to each other and the way we interpret democracy. And yeah, I want people to be able to talk to their neighbors and everything,
Right. Well, I will sort of agree with you. Freedom of speech is a very big topic right now, and it is very important for us to have freedom of speech. I do like the concept of X. Compared to how it is now, compared to old Twitter, I mean, I guess we can say we have more freedom of speech, and you are right about like just the hatred. And I mean, this is freedom of speech, right? If we want freedom of speech, we should have the right to say whatever we want, whether it's hate towards Indians, towards Mexicans, even if people that want to say anti-white things, Jewish things. Wait, hold on. Let me finish my thought real quick, please.
Sure.
You know, when it comes to anything like this, I mean, this is what we want for freedom of speech. But the problem I do have, and like I said in the beginning, I am being very clear that I did not vote for Donald Trump because of a lot of reasons, mostly because of big tech, or, you know, they call themselves little tech, Elon Musk, and, you know, all these people behind him, Palantir, et cetera, et cetera. We can get into that too. But I think the problem with Twitter now is not that we have freedom of speech, you know, what people think we do, but it's, you know, like you're right. When Republicans do get into office, when they do get to power, they start to ditch this freedom of speech thing. And the thing about Elon Musk taking over Twitter is now he's actually banning a lot of people that are considered far right, or the right considers far right, right? They distance themselves from the far right, according to whatever they call the far right. But he's even banning people that do not live up to the Republican viewpoints, or I guess.
Oh,
I should say.
even Chip Roy saying that he doesn't want to increase the national deficit, national debt, because Trump wants to expand it by $5 trillion to raise the debt ceiling. Chip Roy said very basic conservative principles of fiscal responsibility, and Trump wants to primary him and kick him out of the party because he said one thing against Trump. You say one thing against Trump, you're kicked out of the party. That's the only qualification for being a Republican. If you love Trump or not.
Exactly. No, I really do agree with a lot of things.
And that's really authoritarian for sure. Yeah.
Right. I do agree with some of the things you say. I think the problem with the right is a lot of the money got put into the Republican Party. You know, a lot of this big tech money, Elon Musk money, and I mean, we could even talk about AIPAC money as well, right? Jewish funded money, I guess we could say. You know, changed politics, and as far as Trump's political views, I mean, obviously, you know, people need to stop thinking that politics is like, people are waking up, you know, people are tired of wokeism. We're tired of transgenderism and LGBTQ. It's like, no, like you're just sitting on like the common level, like political view. People need to really analyze politics and really think like, okay, well, this is actually interest-based politics. You think that these people are just donating money because, oh no, they woke up to, you know, transgender bullshit? It's like, no.
No, it's all for money. They never believed either way. They don't care about like Trump doesn't care either, like what issue it is. They just want power. Like Elon Musk did not have an ideological change. Yeah, Musk is lying to everyone.
It's all about money. No,
Musk is cosplaying for sure. He does not give a shit about any of these topics he's talking about right now.
No, I mean, look at it right now. I mean, even Elon Musk banning a lot of people being anti H-1B, right? H-1B visa.
Well, you know that Elon Musk fixed the algorithms months ago to favor Republican accounts and shut down left accounts, and independent firms have analyzed Twitter's algorithm and confirmed this.
No, I agree with you, and I mean, like, how
anti-free speech.
Yeah, how can people argue against this when they say, oh, well, Twitter was banning right-wing people, you know, whenever Elon Musk didn't own it? It's like, well, Elon is doing the same thing, but for the opposite.
And I'm sorry, but we have to talk just for a second, because I wanted to say this earlier, but you wanted to finish your part.
Yeah, go ahead.
The big issue that I have with the way they talk about free speech, it's not that they couldn't give political opinions, okay? It's that they couldn't call trans people it, or call women disgusting objects that men control. They couldn't say slurs openly. That's the freedom of speech they cared about fighting for. My freedom of speech is like, hey, billionaires are cutting down on our ability to reach people because they think, you know, money is power and money is freedom of speech because of Citizens United and everything. The issue is like, oh, we got our free speech back to them was nothing about the economy, was nothing about transforming America to be better for all people. It was nothing about protecting freedoms. It was just about so they could say edgy slurs on the internet. And that's one of my big issues of where their values come from, because their free speech was just that they were getting offended. And I think that the cancel culture went way too far, by the way. So I agree it went too far, but now we're too far in the opposite direction. Now we have right-wing cancel culture. We have right-wing, we have the right woke, we have the woke right, who's now crying about literally everything. You say one thing about Trump at all, you'll have a Republican in the comments like I have right now calling me a beta and a soy boy. It's like, you guys are literal kids. Like, just talk like adults. Like, I don't hear one Trump supporter ever bringing up a real policy to me. They just say, oh, I don't know what policy policies actually are. And I'm like, that's okay, that's fine. But don't have a
Mhm.
super confident opinion if you don't understand it. At least be humble. At least be able to call people out when you are proven, wrong about your beliefs. It's okay to change your mind when confronted with new information. If someone shows me a study today that a policy works, or like tons of studies that are, peer reviewed and like this has been tested in different areas, I will change my opinion. But I cannot say
Right.
the same about. I mean, most, there's different reasons people believe different things. But right now, even Trump himself, I don't know what his policies are because he never told us. Like he now his number one policy is Greenland and Canada and whatever. So I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? How is that going to lower grocery prices, buddy? Like what?
Well, no, and you're right. It's like the thing about the Trump base is that compared to what he was saying in 2016, compared to what he is, proposing to do now, or what even he just
I
simply
understood
talked
2016. Like no one
Yeah,
knew it,
no.
and he sounded populist. He even talked
Yeah,
about like
yeah.
universal healthcare at one point. Like
Yeah. No, yeah, and even like I get it. Like, 2016 he was very, anti-government and, anti-globalist, whatever, right? We can talk about all these things. But just the way he talked in 2016, everyone was like, oh, he's really coming to save the US. He's talking about America first. He's talking about improving our country and focusing on, our problems here within our country. But, over time he's, switched up on a lot of the things he said. He doubled down on a lot of things, right? Over and over and over again. And the thing about the base is that they will cope with it and say, no, it's fine. It's 5D chess. No, it's like, it's really not. Like,
or if he says something
you know,
bad, they'll
like-
be like, you can't trust what he says. He's only a kid. You can't trust what he says. Like, what do you mean? You can't take him at
yeah,
face
and then,
value.
it's just like, how many times does Trump have to turn his back on his actual base, his actual real supporters, for people to really like, just at least admit like, okay, he's actually not going to do these things. He's actually
Well,
bought.
yeah, they don't care. Yeah.
He's actually bought out by special interests, by AIPAC, by the Israel lobby. It's like, it's like, I get it. Like these people, people even in the chat, I'm reading people, and a lot of people are like Trump shills in here, and like I get it. I can understand.
Thank you, Kane.
I
Girl 2028. Thank you, Kane.
like
Wow,
I can
what a
even
good
understand
comment.
why people think this way, but it's like, it
Someone
comes to
said, what policies did Kamala have? Literally in their debate, Kamala mentioned 10 more policies than Trump did, because Trump did not mention policies. He talked about cats and dogs and a bunch of conspiracy theories. Like, she brought up the tax credit. She brought up expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs. She brought up a tax credit for families in their first year of having a kid to encourage people to start new families. She brought up these direct numbers, actual numbers in her policies, but I heard Trump supporters say the entire campaign, Kamala's the dumb one that has no policies. When Trump literally just, he avoided ever answering a question. And you guys, by the way, and not you, but in chat, you guys should be offended that Trump thinks you're so stupid, okay? Trump thinks you're so dumb that he can give you no solutions to anything. He can tell you he's going to lower grocery prices, make his entire campaign about that, stand doing cosplay with groceries behind him, as he talks about, the word grocery is so fantastic, I never heard it before. Apparently the grocery store is where you get all the food at. It has all the food in the world. There's so many things. Because he's never been in a grocery store before. You heard this con artist talk about this stuff. He wins the presidency, admits right away he has zero plans to lower grocery costs. And now the entire news cycle is about the Gulf of America annexing Canada, Panama, Greenland, and he's not rolling out military force, and we might buy it so we can spend $1 trillion buying Greenland or send our kids to die in Greenland over his BS. But he has zero plans for healthcare, childcare, or the economy, except lowering taxes for billionaires from 21% to 15%, which is already extremely low. His only plans are cutting taxes for billionaires, and he has zero plans for your groceries. You should be offended he thinks you're that stupid. You should be offended that he thinks he could walk on you like that without giving any real policies or any real plans. You should be offended. All right, thank you.
I mean,
I had to get my TikTok clip in. That was my TikTok.
No,
TikTok clip for
you're all
tonight.
good. But like I agree with some things you say. I want to touch on some things that like I slightly disagree with you on, or even just I just want to get your point of view on certain things.
Yeah,
'Cause I don't know exactly.
Yeah, you can just ask questions and I'll answer them. I'm good.
Yeah, for sure. But as far as just like criticizing Trump, it's like people want to hold a candle up to Democrats, right? You want to say you're Republican or you're MAGA. You want to hold a candle up to Kamala and the Democrats, right? But I mean, you have to do it for your own party as well. You can't just think everything's perfect. You can't just dick ride, or I don't know if I can cuss on here.
Oh, Democrats criticize themselves much more. I mean, and we don't build statues of our leaders. We don't praise them like they're above God, like they do with Trump. Like Trump has a cult of personality.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. But as far as like your views, so you voted for Kamala. I guess we can like kind of debate, different sides here. But you voted Kamala. So are you pro-abortion since you voted for Kamala?
I'm pro-libertarian principles of freedom. I'm pro-choice. So there's two policy positions, pro-choice and anti-choice. There's no pro-life. The two policy positions are anti-choice and pro-choice. Those are the two policies. And people want to say pro-life to market it better, and they call pro-choice being pro-abortion to market it better. But truly, it is pro-choice or anti-choice. Yeah. So yeah, I'm pro-choice.
Just simply, are you pro-abortion? So do you believe we should?
I'm pro-choice. I'm not pro-abortion. I'm pro-choice. I'm pro everyone making their own decision without the government restricting it.
So are you pro-abortion? I'm just asking you. Yeah, like yes or no.
No, I'm not pro-abortion. I'm pro-choice.
Pro-choice.
Yeah, but I'm not pro-abortion.
Are you a Christian?
I mean, it's traumatic for a woman to go through. So I mean, if someone can have a child and they want to have a child, and if we can provide support, we should definitely do that. So I'm anti-abortion, but I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-legalizing abortion with very minimal, if no, restrictions, because we have state medical boards to provide restrictions, and doctors are right now fleeing from red states. And they can't give women health care because if they give women health care and a crazy judge says they murdered a child, they might get arrested and put in prison. So yeah, I'm pro-choice for sure. Big government's bad for that.
Well, I can get it. Like the abortion topic is kind of like sensitive, and I guess like people can have like different restrictions on like how far along can you have an abortion, or certain scenarios where you can have an abortion, which I can kind of like understand. But I mean, like, do you believe that like a woman could have an abortion if she's like 8 months pregnant? You know what I mean? Like, well, what are your thoughts on it? I don't know your political views. I don't know your thoughts.
So right now we have state medical boards who give doctors the certification to perform in the medical field. Okay, so we already have that as a form of regulation. And when we talk about late-term abortions, if there's any restrictions on late-term abortions, did you hear Trump talk about like after-birth abortions or whatever, or post-birth?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to refresh me on it, please do so.
So Trump lied pretty much. He said that they even have abortions after birth. When the baby's on the table, they kill it. Now,
I've heard the governor. Was it the governor of? What state was it? The one guy is like, yeah, even after birth, we pay the mother out and we take the baby. I mean, I believe that. I don't think that's not a conspiracy theory. They definitely pay out mothers to take their children after giving birth.
Okay, well, there's already kids in the adoption system they could find who are abandoned. So I mean, or the mother forfeits the kids, so they don't have to pay. Okay, anyways, the medical discussion. Okay, the medical discussion. The reason that there's not restrictions in these states is because it's good for women's healthcare. If there are restrictions, for example, it needs to be 100% that it's not murder if a doctor does a procedure and a court disagrees. Because in these really crazy states, if a woman's having a miscarriage or a complication with her pregnancy and the fetus dies, then a crazy right-wing judge can then say that the doctor murdered a baby. Okay, so even if the doctor did a completely legitimate medical service in like Texas or South Carolina, a doctor could be put in jail for that, which is why they are hesitant to give any woman care at the end of her pregnancy, even if the child's not going to be viable.
Okay, well, but you're talking about a little bit, like you're talking about a small percentage of scenarios that happen. Okay,
that's 99%. That's 99.9% of late term abortions is that scenario.
You're saying 99%, almost 100% of late term abortions are because the fetus dies or it's because of the health of the mother.
Okay, so I wanna take a step back as well. Okay, so let's say a state. No, this is important for the entire context of the conversation, because we're talking about medical regulations that are inhibiting doctors from providing medical care to women, because they're scared that a court is going to misinterpret the medical field, and what they actually did. I'm getting distracted by my own ADHD trap on my YouTube shorts.
Yeah, I think
Oh my
it's
god.
distracting me
Okay.
too. It's kind of turn it off, please. Actually, please do everyone a favor. Everyone in chat, put a 1 if you want to turn this shit off.
I think they like it. They're probably watching it right now.
No,
They're all.
everyone's like, yo. And look, this is why everyone has short attention span because of you. You're promoting shit like this, man. Turn it off.
No, I'm just joining the environment, dude. Racing said it too. Bunch of ones.
Turn it off. Everyone said turn it off.
Yeah. Okay. We need to stick to. Okay. So when we talk about these regulations, so in let's use like South Carolina as an example. A woman is pregnant at like 8 months.
Before we get into anything, it's like, look, I'm asking, when I ask you these questions, I'm asking your opinion on it. I'm asking what your thoughts are on it, your political views on it. Okay, it's like, yeah, I can tell what kind of debate person you are. You want to pull up the facts. You're kind of like Destiny. I see people in chat. They're like, oh, you're like Destiny. It's like you kind of are. You try to pull up the facts.
I've debated Destiny multiple times. We disagree on messaging.
Congrats to you, but no. It's like I'm asking for your opinion. I know, like, you want to bring up a little
my
bit of cases.
my opinion, just let me talk, okay? Just let me talk. My opinion is based off of the facts of what matters for doctors performing medical care for women at the end of their pregnancies. So if you have a state like Texas or South Carolina, which says if you do something at the end of a pregnancy and the fetus does not survive, we can bring you into courtroom and decide if you are on trial for murder, then doctors will not want to practice in that state. So any OBGYN will probably leave that state. Many of them will, because it's very dangerous for them to practice there. And if they can't provide these services to women, they just don't want to practice in that state. They're not going to risk getting arrested. So what happens is women in general lose out on healthcare for reproductive healthcare in general, because the law says if you do this, we can have a judge decide this is murder. So the law cannot say that abortion is murder. Now, if you want to have restrictions, you can make it a different penalty, but murder is absolutely insane. Now, for the doctor, when they consider at the end of a woman's life, she is, there's a story of someone that was in South Carolina and they were like bleeding profusely, okay, but they needed care, but no doctors would take them because the doctor was scared. If there's a miscarriage, the doctors are scared that the court's going to decide they killed a fetus, or if the baby's viable or not viable, whatever decision the doctor makes at the end, a court can overturn a medical decision. So they're having the government interfere with a doctor and the proper care they should prescribe to a patient. That's why these medical limitations are bad. And when we talk about post-birth abortion, I'm getting tired. I just said post-birth abortions. No, but post-birth abortions, when Trump lied about that, what happens is if there is a fetus that is born, that is now a child, but that child is not going to survive, okay? It's not going to survive. The doctor does not need to keep it alive and struggling and in pain. If it's born and it's not viable. That's what that means. But they are not giving abortions after birth. When Trump said that, it is completely delusional, crazy, conspiracy theorist nonsense that he spreads to make his supporters dumber.
Okay, but like, do you see how like we're going off topic here? It's like, yeah, it relates to the topic, but
that's why I'm pro-choice. That's why I'm against having these regulations that these deep red states have, like Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Texas. But that's why I'm against it.
Yeah, but I mean that's like a small percentage of like why these late-term abortions are even happening. I mean, do you
99% of late-term abortions happen because of this, because of complications. 99%.
I don't know about 99%. If you can pull up a statistic on your YouTube, I'll look.
Elective abortions happen sooner. Elective abortions happen sooner when they decide to get one just because they want to get an abortion because they don't want to have the child.
Okay, we're talking about late-term abortions. Okay, fine, whatever. I mean, if you want to get me on that one, that's fine.
That's what all the restrictions are for.
Okay, but if we're talking about, just regular abortions within a month in, a week in, 2 weeks in, how many abortions are happening then? How many babies
are being those abortions? Those are fine. It's really early. The child can't feel any, or the fetus can't feel any pain.
Okay, so there's your true colors about abortion. So you don't care. So you don't think it's an actual life if it's 2 weeks old.
At 2 weeks, hell no. They don't deserve the same rights of personhood, especially if they're relying on the mother to survive.
Well,
it's not even a they. It's still a fetus until it's born. Also.
Hold on. Just back it up. I really am trying to have a good, calm, and collect conversation with you here. But you're talking about the mother alive. You're talking about a small percentage of these, scenarios where the mother's life is at risk. If you want to do the research, how many abortions are happening a day? Within a month, 2 months, 3 months, right?
I don't really. It doesn't matter how many are happening because I don't think it's a You know, a person dying. It's not murder.
It's literally a little human in the stomach. How is it not someone dying?
At 1 week?
Yes, it's still alive.
So at like 1 day, is it alive?
Yes, 1 day it's alive.
So at
Have you seen what
conception,
happens?
it's alive.
Have you seen videos of what it looks like when the sperm hits the egg? Have you seen the
I
form
don't. I
that?
mean, if you want to use like videos like that to pull out emotions, you can, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's not like a person.
Just, I mean, it's still life. I mean, if you look at it, I mean,
Well, I mean, anything
sound
can be
like-
life. Anything is life, but it depends on what we assign personhood to.
well, I mean, is that
Is that a
an emotion?
person?
Well, if you think it's not life, I mean, that I could say the same thing for you, no?
No, because it's based off of your beliefs that it is life. It's based off my beliefs if it's not. That's
So
the whole ethical disagreement.
Well, you're saying mine is an emotional argument. Isn't yours the same as well?
Well, I can have discussions on morality, and where do you get your morality from? Are you religious?
Of course, Jesus Christ.
Okay,
is
so
king.
if you're religious, and are you informing your beliefs about this off your religion, off the conception, or like birth or life at conception?
Well, I mean, life is life. Does it have to come down to religion?
Well, I
Life is
want to know
life.
where your morals come from then, because if we're having an ethical discussion, it might be beneficial. Because if that's your moral argument for it, then that'd be your moral argument. But you have to have another moral argument if you're not going to use your religion.
Well, I mean, are you religious? I just said Jesus Christ. Of course, I'm religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what are you Muslim? What are you? Are you Jewish? Are you
No.
even
Is it
Judaism?
because of my freaking nose, dude? Being racist, right? Okay. Okay. I'm a practicing Christian. I'm not very good at it, but I'm practicing.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and talk about, like, I'm not the best religious debater, but I mean, if you are Christian, are you a Judeo-Christian or are you a real Christian?
I'm a pro-gay Christian.
Yeah, see, no, you can't be pro-gay. You can't.
Yeah, I can.
If you're practicing Christian, how are you pro-abortion?
How am I not? I'm not pro-abortion. I'm pro-choice anyway. I don't think people should be held to my religious beliefs. It's America. Why would someone be held to my religious beliefs?
You just said they've been killed within a week is not human. How is that Christian? That you're still killing a potential human? I mean, it is a human. It's just not out of the womb yet. Look. Okay, well, I mean,
What in the Bible says that it's a human?
Okay, I'm not gonna be evangelical here and pull up.
Okay, well, if you
scripture,
don't know what the actual text is, don't use the Bible as justification for your moral beliefs. Read it, look it up, or don't have an opinion.
bro. Bro. You think I know the Bible front cover?
You should know if you're gonna use policy to hold it on other people. You should probably know the one word in the Bible that you go off of. You should probably know why you believe it, not just I'm Christian, because then you could believe literally anything.
Okay. Well, now you're
just Google it later. Just Google it. You should have an idea of why you believe something. You shouldn't just trust people's. You shouldn't trust someone's interpretation of the Bible. Read it. Read parts of it yourself.
I do read it part of myself.
Well, on this issue, if you're going to be anti-choice, then read the Bible and find out why you're anti-choice.
It says. I mean, I'm not. I don't. Not like I said. I'm not gonna quote.
I'm not challenging you. I'm just challenging you to understand why you should probably look into this. If you're gonna have if you're gonna make a really big moral claim off it, if you're gonna say that you're not a real Christian because of this, you should probably know what it says in the Bible.
Practicing Christian,
about
just
abortion.
like you.
Well, I don't push my religious beliefs on other people because I know I'm practicing. I know I'm not perfect. Only God is. And the fact that you think you should play God over other people's decisions is kind of frightening with big government.
I mean, I didn't really say that, but okay.
Well, if you're
Like I said-
anti-choice, you like big government. You want to take down the freedoms. Shaking my head.
Well, like I said, like abortion. I don't want to see you talk about abortion all day. I mean, abortion is a very sensitive topic. There's a lot of different scenarios, like you're pointing out about how late-term abortions and how could it affect the mother and blah 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 blah. I can understand for some of these scenarios where the mother's life is in danger and et cetera, et cetera. But I just wanted your point of view on abortion. I mean, we can talk
really
about
quick to my chat really quick. Thank you guys for watching. By the way, I've had this poll up for about 5 days of streaming. It's who is more athletic between Donald Trump or LeBron James? And LeBron James has lost every poll so far by a margin of like 20%. Trump usually wins like 67% of the vote. But the votes right now, there's 15,000 votes. Donald Trump has 52% of the vote. LeBron James has 48%. So LeBron James is officially within 4 points of Donald Trump for who's most athletic. And I'm hoping that next stream we can get LeBron over the top. So I'm waiting to see when we have that day. But sorry, continue. I just had to reference that.
Also, I wanted to bring up a point you were talking about earlier. You said that I don't know exactly what you said. What did you say? You said something about everyone that is in the U.S. should get health care. So do you believe that illegal migrants coming here should even be accepted of health care?
It should probably be the same standard as we have now, where if it's like a really serious health emergency, then we take care of that. If someone has an address here and lives here for a long time and they're undocumented, probably if they're paying taxes and working, that makes sense to me.
So an illegal that comes here, let's say someone is in, well, not to play the scenario card again, but let's say someone that just illegally crossed into the U.S. for a month, they should be accepted into healthcare?
No, they should get care if they have an emergency, like we do now. If it's like life-threatening or if there's a huge problem that happens, then we take care of it. But as far as like enrolling them in a healthcare system, no. But we have a process now for how we handle that.
Well, I mean, don't you think a lot of tax-paying U.S. citizens have a lot of health problems that they're not being cured for? I mean, even veterans are being taken care of like how they should be.
Well, I don't know why they voted. They voted for Trump. Then I don't know why they did that.
Good one.
I mean, I agree. I agree. We should get money out of healthcare. Private companies are really stealing from us, and that's the big point too. If we talk about healthcare and we get mad at immigrants somehow instead of private corporations that price gouge us and want to kill our family members to make a profit, then that's a real issue, right? Because those are the real issues. Because the money that we could take every immigrant in America and give them healthcare for 1,000 years. It's probably not going to be nearly as bad as how much profit the big companies make off of us.
Right. But you think all these illegals should be coming here and they should be able to get health care?
I mean, right now, Social Security is actually saved by immigration because they can't benefit from it, but they pay into it.
So let's say there's an American taxpayer waiting to get the same amount of care that an illegal needs, right? Let's say same medical problem. Do you think that the American should be put forward first, or should the illegal have the same right to dinner take a spot?
I think whoever is born in the richer family, it should be whoever's rich gets healthcare first. That's how our system works.
But whoever's richer first?
Yep, that's how our healthcare system works. So basically, whoever's rich gets in there first. You know?
I've actually never heard anyone say that type of point of view on that. That's actually interesting.
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying in our current system, that's how it works, but we could have a different system. I just don't like conversations about like punching down on people because it's like the people that get mad at like a single mom buying Doritos at the store with food stamps. Like, wow, they're really screwing the system. And then Elon Musk has like $500 billion. It's like, yeah, that's normal. It's just people pick groups to be mad at, and immigration is one of those topics where people just pick people to be mad at, regardless if the stories are true or not. Immigration in general is a big surplus to our country, a big benefit to our communities, a big benefit to pretty much everything culturally and also just economically and in every aspect. Especially like the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, bringing back all the churches there, being excellent community members even when confronted with extreme racism. Just supporting immigration as a whole is very beneficial to our country. So I think it makes practical sense to provide some support. We need to fix our immigration system, which means we need to pass a bill through Congress, because Congress is going to provide funding to change everything. But Trump told us to vote down the border bill that the most conservative Republican in the Congress wrote, because he wants to run out for the elections. But yeah, I don't know. We need like an actual revamp of our system for asylum claims and everything.
Well, what are your thoughts on Elon Musk's recent position on H-1Bs?
Thank you so much, Justin. I just got a $5 donation in Venmo from Justin. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. If you let me know, you could comment on the $5 you sent with your username so I can see what name you are in chat as well if you send one of those. But yeah, definitely appreciate the donation. Please donate to my Venmo. If we can reach $50 of Venmo, we're at $15. Just give me whatever money's in your Venmo right now. If it's $1,000, dump that in. If it's $5, dump that in. If it's $10,000, dump all of it in. Why not?
Just give them all your shekels already.
Hey, don't use that.
Just give them all your shekels.
Stop.
Oy vey. Give them all your shekels.
All right, stop. Okay. What's next?
But actually, no. What are your thoughts on the H-1B with Elon Musk?
I think Elon Musk is self-serving in every possible way a human can be. He is very demented and evil. He wants ultimate power over the entire world, and he probably wants to be able to pay as little as possible for labor with a workforce that is at threat of being deported if they don't work for him. So they can't really speak out against him or be whistleblowers, and they're not going to be asking for unions like American workers will. So he probably wants to have a working force that he can exploit more because there are workers in America. He just doesn't want to pay for them. But I think immigration is good, like either way. But I think that's why he's pro visa, because he wants to pay less for more productivity and more loyalty.
Yeah.
And he wants to be able to probably do some labor violations as well without getting caught for it.
Yeah, he definitely wants to underpay them compared to what an American college graduate would get paid for that job, for sure. Cheaper labor, you know what I mean? Cheaper Indian labor, but it just stinks a little bit.
Okay, chill. The racism's coming out. All right.
Hey,
one more topic for you.
All right, another topic.
Let's just
you
cringe.
know,
Make a joke about like
know.
funny culture stuff. That's cringe. Okay, that's just like
You
too
don't
Twitter.
think
It's
Indian,
too. It's so Twitter. It's so cringe. But what's your last topic?
Let's see. I was writing down a few things this other guy was talking about. This other guy was talking about, I don't know if it was 2 callers ago, talking about RFK is gonna like help.
You know what RFK stands for?
Yeah, his name, of course.
Really effing crazy, dude. That's what it stands for.
Crazy starts with a K. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, this guy was talking about RFK fixing the what is it, like the health administration and banning all these bad foods and everything. And like this is another thing where I, side with you on like the anti-Trump thing, where it's like people will cope and say RFK is gonna make America healthy again, and he's gonna ban these foods and ban these like bad chemicals that are in our foods and blah blah blah. But it's like, the problem, the problem with the food thing is like people think it's like, okay, well the food has bad chemicals in it, and if we ban it, everyone's gonna be healthy again. It's like, no,
It's so stupid.
Like, bro, if people wanted to really just be healthy, you just wouldn't eat it. I mean, like, people think that just banning these chemicals in the food is gonna fix anything. It's like, well, I mean, if you want to be healthy, just eat single ingredient foods. I guess you can say that they're spraying stuff on like potatoes.
No, it's all BS. It's all BS.
But
all,
still,
all that stuff
no,
has been tested.
And
yeah.
I know, I actually side with you. It's like people say that banning these things is gonna make America healthy. It's like, no, it's like, it's not the fact about the ingredient.
Capitalism.
It's the fact that people have a problem with buying fast food and just eating like crap all the time.
Have you seen the American port? Have you gone to the Texas Roadhouse?
No, I stay away from places
Dude,
like that.
Texas Roadhouse will give you for $20 a portion size that has a calorie count that most Europeans eat in 3 days. Like, it's actually insane how much food they give. The portion sizes in America are crazy. It's a cultural thing. Americans are drink a lot too. Alcohol probably plays a huge role in this epidemic for health in general. Alcohol is one of our biggest causes of death in America. We just don't talk about it because Americans love being alcoholics. By the way, 40 million Americans drink 70 beers a week or 70 drinks a week. So, when you see a big pickup truck driving, they're probably a lot of them are probably drunk already at 9 a.m. But yeah, the food as well, it's overconsumption. Americans overconsume. DoorDash spending is at an all-time high when everyone's complaining about inflation. People eat a lot of bad food. And yeah, they don't want the regulation to fix it. Michelle Obama tried doing it, Queen Michelle, but everyone said no to her. What a shame.
I mean,
But yeah,
I
it's
remember.
funny. It is funny.
I remember when she inflicted her policies. I mean,
Republicans were so mad, dude.
Well, I know. Well, I was in school at the time. Like, I was young. I didn't keep up with politics, but I know that the school food got like really nasty. Not like school food is ever really good. It just kind of got shit. I mean.
I don't know if I trust your 6th grade opinion though. I was in school
yeah,
too.
I mean,
I was in school during
young.
that time too. I don't know if it got better or worse. I really cannot remember.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, school food has always been kind of bad. I mean, it's not really good food either way, but
Yeah, it's school food.
As far as like this health crisis, people are like, "Oh, RFK's gonna fix this and that for the health of the American people." It's like, removing yellow dye from Cheetos isn't going to fix the health crisis.
The dyes
okay?
do have some they do have some negative health effects. They do have some like people that get allergies to them, but it's not like I said
No,
to an earlier
I
person, like the laws we need are like EU, Canada overreach that they would consider overreach because we talk about EU and what they have there about like public transportation, trains, about like their soda is more naturally colored, their McDonald's are better than our McDonald's, it's more healthy, it's more
Right.
like actual food. But it's like you realize that's because they have big government regulation. They have huge government regulation. Like most of our tech in America, like the iPhone, the regulations that came with the iPhone protecting our personal information came because the EU actually regulated. We did not do a lot of these regulations we benefit from, but we would need like a huge government overreach to do that. Or not
Yeah, I think
overreach. I'd be fine with it, but for them, these people would not be okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, just as argument for the health thing, I think it's just another thing to keep people distracted on shit that really doesn't matter, so they can get away with other things.
Well,
I
he's
mean, just like
anti-vax too, and
yeah, I mean, just like the other things you were talking about earlier with Trump being very pro Israel and for the war in Iran and
I mean, pro-Israel's.
like I mean, a
It's
lot of the
it's not
Trump
being pro-Israel. It's being anti-human. It's being anti-humanitarian. It's about like not caring about any other person in the world. It's about just like indiscriminately killing and saying it's okay because we're America. Like we're not going to provide any aid. We're going to back out of. We're going to say screw Ukraine. We're going to use that money to buy Greenland, even though we barely sent Ukraine any money. It's just this whole mentality where we take no responsibility, no leadership, and we're just like a baby beta state now because Donald Trump's in charge and he's oh my God, I'm sorry, but Donald Trump cries more than any person I've ever heard in my entire life. I've never heard someone play the pity party game so much. Life is so unfair. I can't believe people are so unfair to me when I'm so great. It's like, dude, you ever see the voiceovers that the girls do on TikTok of Trump talking? It's like he is a 12-year-old girl. If you put a different voice on him, he is a 12-year-old girl. It's actually insane. He's sassy too. Donald Trump is so sassy. I think he flares his hip out sometimes. He's doing like a little strut on stage. He's like doing his little dance. He's like, wow, I'm so amazing up here. I think he probably makes out with himself in the mirror. It's crazy, dude. And like,
right.
and people
I
have
think
a
we're
crush
getting-
on him. People have
think we're getting a little-
homoerotic crushes on Trump. They think he's hot. They like fantasize about Trump. If Trump told them to come over one night for a quick Netflix and chill, they would, dude. They'd prove that being. Never mind.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit off topic here, buddy.
It's 3:30 a.m. to be fair.
Yeah, it is. It's almost 12:30 for me.
Good thing I don't work because I'm a liberal.
Oh yeah, huh? You probably get my taxpayer money straight to your bank account, huh?
You probably got my taxpayer money, to be honest. I'm just kidding.
I
don't get
wish.
that much money.
Actually,
I'm just off work. I had a lot of vacation time saved up, so I basically took off until the inauguration to focus on my YouTube for a little bit.
Congratulations. But
Thank you.
what are your thoughts?
Thank you.
What's your thoughts on AIPAC? Do you think AIPAC plays a role in our politics?
Yeah, but I'm not going to be all anti-Semitic about it. It's just a big money group that represents a certain interest.
How is it anti-Semitic?
I didn't say it is. I just said I'm not going to be.
How would you be anti-Semitic about speaking about a very?
Well, someone called it earlier big Jewish money, okay, instead of AIPAC, so.
Is that not how is it anti-Semitic if it's Jewish money?
Because it's not Jewish money, it's Israel.
Isn't Israel mostly filled with Jewish people? Why are you
Is
scared to talk
every
about?
Jewish person represented by AIPAC?
No, but AIPAC comes from Israel, which is heavily populated by Jewish people.
Okay.
So I'm trying to avoid the question here.
And you said big Jewish money. You're not going to say a black group is big black money. That sounds terrible. For a reason. Because
Well,
it is.
they don't have any money.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry.
You know who doesn't
ready
have
to
money? You know who doesn't have money? The Springfield, Ohio residents that didn't want to work, so they had to bring in Haitian immigrants to actually do the jobs that all the lazy white people didn't want to do.
Are you anti-white? You're against your own race. What are your thoughts on making
Italian.
America pro-white again?
It's stupid. It's really for the insecure beta boys of our society that grew up on the internet and have no communication or social skills. And now they're isolated from the rest of society, and they need to cope with a dumb ideology that they cosplay when they walk through the streets and they wear with their little tiki torches. and everything.
Wait, so you don't believe America used to be a white country?
Fun fact: Kamala Harris was the first Democrat to receive an endorsement from AIPAC. That's not.
That is not true.
What?
She was the first to get endorsement by AIPAC? That is not true. That is literally not true. If you actually believe that, you're actually insane.
They didn't focus any. They did not endorse a presidential candidate. You liar. Of course, the checkmark account is going to be the lying account in the chat. Of course.
Oh, where are you finding this information on the Washington Post?
Hmm.
Where are you finding this information?
Why would I listen to the Washington Post, which is controlled by an authoritarian billionaire that blocks their journalists from actually reporting?
Wait. Did you say that Kamala was the first candidate to get money by AIPAC, or were you reading?
No. A comment said that.
Oh, okay. I thought that was your own statement. Okay, never mind. I
Oh, during the
apologize.
DNC primaries? Wait.
If anyone in chat doesn't know what AIPAC is, just look it up, please, and you'll wonder why there's so much favor towards the J people.
I don't see any time that. I really don't see any endorsements from them in any election cycle for presidential candidates. I mean, big money groups in general. I'm not for. So
It's not even just AIPAC. I mean, it's people that are a part of the group too. I mean, like Miriam Adelson.
you don't know what AIPAC is. Well, Adelson is a different total thing because people. I don't know. She bought a Medal of Freedom from Trump. Beautiful. Okay, well, I think we're running out of time. I'm about to pass out. I'm gonna go eat some tacos.
A lot of people think I'm Jewish. That's very funny. I think it's just something we should talk about. And Zionism.
Why?
You said why?
Zionism. Zion Williamson. He has a really bad injury record. I don't know if he's ever gonna reach his potential, but I do think he's a skilled player.
Nice, good one. I mean, we should really talk about influence that's going on within our government. A lot of impacting a lot of things within our government. I mean, I don't even really got to speak about it. If you know, you know. If you don't,
Well, if you're gonna vote Trump, then I mean, Democrats are much less corrupt than Trump is.
I didn't vote Trump.
No, I mean you considered it though. Like if you care about corruption, you cannot even consider voting that direction. Like it doesn't.
I mean, I didn't vote in any direction. I mean, it's all corrupt as a whole. I mean, Democrat, Republicans, all
No, Democrats are much better. Much better. 1 second, I gotta grab my. You can talk to my chat. Look at the chat and talk to them. I have to go grab something quick for my.
Got it. I'll take it over. No worries. How am I doing, chat? I'm kind of losing what to talk about here. I've been waiting here for an hour 30. I really did have a lot of good talking points, but my brain is really just drifting off here. What's up, Caleb? What's up, caller? I paid the $5 for no call? Paid the $5 for no call. I told you this guy was a J. He's taking all your money. He's taking all your shekels. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. I love all people, okay?
Joel, became a channel member.
You'll convince me your parents are related. Wait, you have 100%.
All right. Thank you for
calling.
Oh, you're trying.
I'm an inbred. Wow, that's crazy.
Bless.
Thank you. Well, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I did subscribe to your channel. I actually do like the things you post. Maybe I'll tune in here to another time. Maybe I'll come up with better talk.
Keep watching. Don't worry. Keep watching. You'll be converted slowly.
All right. Just stop taking my shekels, okay? Please, sir. Your nose is getting bigger.
You're so cringe. You're probably like 4'11". You probably can't dunk on a kiddie hoop.
No,
you probably have to like. You probably have to go. Yeah, usually the short white guys are the most. Okay, wait 1 second. All right. I have one more question.
Sure.
Thank you, Casp, for the membership. $2.99. I appreciate that. Wawa, dude, Wawa is taking over. What am I doing? Gotta play soccer. Oh God, that was an X user. Thank you so much for the memberships tonight. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I could do another caller. I don't know if I can handle it. You could roast me real quick. Oh wait. This is what I need to do right now. Oh no. I haven't played Rocket League in forever. I'll just go competitive. Competitive threes real quick. 5 minutes. Do you have Discord, Justin? If you have Discord, that'd be perfect. Discord would be perfect right now. I'm kind of just chilling now, but if you have Discord, we could talk on Discord. We're on the Discord server. It's gonna lag. It might lag. Is that lagging? What map is this? Why would you do this? I can't do aerials. I'm really bad. I don't know how to play threes, to be honest. A grown gamer boy? You don't play games? Are you? Oh no. Beautiful. You probably would destroy me at Rocket League. You go in Discord. I'll wait in the Hi,
Hey,
friends.
Jola, how's it going?
We're in the community hangout on Discord if you guys want to join. Oh no, I'm just playing Rocket League right now because I'm tired now.
I missed your last couple of callers. I was in here with RJ
Good.
and
The last call is terrible.
Steez. We were just shooting the shit.
Oh man.
Yeah.
No one wants to stay on topic when they don't understand. Like, oh god. What's up?
Yeah, Jola, I don't know where you find these guys. You got a real fucking way of picking them.
Oh, it's a phone number on YouTube Shorts, so anyone can call.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's quite a way of picking them, but still.
I mean, another thing, I don't know. I gotta start asking that question more for people who are like anti-voice or whatever. Because like I asked that kid, like, why do you believe in this? And it's like, what part of the Bible? He's like, I don't know what part of the Bible. I'm not some type of like fundamentalist. I'm
Okay,
like, well,
first-
you should probably know the part in the Bible that informs you on this. Like,
The abortion thing, that was fucking egregious. By the way, that was egregious for you as well, because the only reason he didn't call you out on your bullshit is because that guy is as illiterate as a post.
for what bullshit?
Well, for one thing, implying that there's a specific scriptural prohibition on abortion, there isn't. It falls under the general prohibition on murder, which abortion is considered because scripturally life begins at conception. That's not even scripturally, actually. That's according to papal doctrine.
So what did I say that was wrong?
You asked him about what the reference the way you phrased it, structured it like there was actually verse on the subject. There isn't.
Then what? How do they get that God is anti-abortion?
Oh, because abortion is murder. Murder is a sin.
But why is abortion murder? How do they know abortion is murder then?
Oh, life starts at conception. That's papal doctrine.
Okay, so what? Is there something in the Bible that says life starts at conception? That they inform this off?
The explicit phrase that life starts at conception, no. But the belief that life starts at conception proceeds naturally from a series of other scriptural references and has been
so
the position of faith.
It's an interpretation of vague wording.
Yeah.
They're using it. That's why abortion wasn't even a political topic until like 1990 or until like 1980 or whatever.
Well, it was pretty political, and when Roe v. Wade came out, it was exceptional.
But also,
well, 70s, sure, but like there was a whole push. There was a push to make it more political. There was a push to make it more political.
It became a
70s and
hot
80s.
topic, yeah.
With
And this
the
is
big
Justin,
party
by the way.
shift. Yeah. Hi. Thank you for joining this. But yeah. I think I saw your name before. But yeah, with the big shift in the parties at the time, that's one of the issues that they were able to serve as that was one of the main wedge issues they focused on when like the party switched and everything. To get the fundamentalists voting Republican.
Yeah, but hold on, real quick, Joel. Just you stepped over it though. The fallacy of the substituted middle. The fact that there's a scriptural reference, life begins at conception, isn't explicit. Doesn't mean that the Bible doesn't prohibit abortion. Just it's wherever you decide life starts. After that, it's murder. Therefore, it's scripturally prohibited. The question is just, okay, when does life start?
Yeah, but they take don't
If
they
you want to say
don't
that's
they take the
if
quote
you want to
about
say
like I
that's an
breathed?
if you want to say that that's an ecclesiastically open question,
Yeah,
okay.
the strength of their
Well, I
convictions
mean,
based on that
answer.
issue is very weak for lack of
I could
scripture.
argue that life doesn't
That's not
necessarily
weak at all.
start, it's a continuum because it's two living cells coming together to form a new organism.
Sure, but okay.
So I think
There
I
is a
understand what the
point.
gentleman's saying. Oh, my bad. Continue.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
if it's a continuum, then life starts at conception. Because if it's a continuum, then that means that you can't ever say, oh, when is a group of grains of sands a pile? Like when does, 1 grain of sand isn't a pile, 2 grains isn't a pile. So when does something become
Right.
a pile?
But
If you
but like
can't
the
engage in an exercise, then as far as regulation is concerned, you can't regulate it unless you're going to say that a 9-month fetus isn't alive or life begins at conception. If you go with the continuum argument, those are your only two options.
right, but under the
Fair enough.
continuum argument, you could make that same argument for cancer because it's alive.
No, you couldn't.
But it doesn't share the same genetic DNA that
Yeah, the
humans do.
cancer is genetically identical to its host.
Well, no, it's not. It's actually malformation of the genetic data. That's the definition of
I'm
cancer.
sorry. Yes, well, no, actually, it's not. But there are actually some. Yes, there are some genetic differences, but those genetic differences do not arise as a result of reproduction.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to, just to be clear,
Yeah, not a
we got to
distinct organism.
right, exactly. So we got to talk about we've got to lay some definitions here. And every embryologist in the world is well documented. You can read. I mean, I could list a couple off the top of my head: human embryology and developmental biology, human embryo, a biological definition, all written by exceptionally secular and non-religious people that all categorically agree across the last 80 years of medicine that once the zygote is one cell, once you have these two gametes form a zygote, you have what is part of human life.
It's a new organism.
Yeah, it's
a
just
different
genetic. It's
organism.
genetic human life. Yeah, that's true. But
At that point, it is a different organism and it is alive. So at that point, it's at least has as much rights as your dog does.
okay, so
And
yeah,
then whether or not
that's
it's
where
a
we pause.
person.
Yeah, let's pause there. I think this is a good combo. This is where I really wanted to dig in, and Joel is like, "Dude, I just want to play video games." I'm sorry, not trying to hijack. But
I feel you, Joel. I just want to play video games too.
I was actually just playing a little bit of Halo, like an old. I think the question is not where human life starts. Scientifically, we can get there if that's the only medium on which we can all agree. Ecclesiastically, depending on where you fall in your polity, that is
Yeah, it's
generally the case.
personhood, right? It's personhood and equal rights under law.
Yeah.
No, so I actually
Yeah,
would
like,
reject that notion.
Life
I'm just talking
definitely
about
begins at conception, but whether or not personhood begins at life, I guess you could argue that.
right. So it's coming from the legal point of view. We wouldn't even ask the question whether it's a person, right? It's whether the state has a reason or a good reason to would say mark that life as legally protected, right? And so right now the state has their view, and in the
No,
past they had
not at all. That's a horrendous conception of state power and its relationship to its people.
to be clear,
No,
I'm
that's
only
an awful
explaining
way
it.
to think about.
Again, if you would just let me speak and not be derogatory, I haven't done
All right.
anything like that to you. Just give me a chance, right? I'm a little rusty. I haven't been on social media since 2017. So what I meant there is that's the question that's personhood. It's a very one-dimensional, very simple question that, in my opinion, it doesn't really answer it. The question is like, okay, is this human life? And we've always had this very deep belief that the state has not just a duty, but that's true, has a responsibility or a duty to protect life. It's actually good for the state to do that because it helps with human flourishing. So, I mean, I guess all that to say, when we were talking about the abortion thing, that guy was trash. Smoking way too much weed. I get it. It's 3:54 a.m. We're talking politics. I imagine half you are. But that's really the question. Do we value this life as a society to legally protect it? And that's a hard argument, or a hard question to answer because a lot of people are like, well, I don't value that life to legally protect it, and I get
Okay,
why you wouldn't. But
so all right,
I'm done
I
now. Ramble over. Forgive me.
yeah, there are a lot of things wrong with that argument. First of all, it completely just
That's
like
not my argument.
that's
I
never
am
okay.
just speaking. To be
Whoever's
clear.
argument that is, that's sorry, not even the argument. That's a terrible way to frame the subject because it's like, what? Why would you ever organize?
By the way, thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate tonight. All the new members, all the new subscribers, all the new donations. Really appreciate it. I'm just chilling right now, so if you want to go to bed, go to bed. Don't feel parasocially connected to this stream. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it up for a little bit while these disgusting, filthy internet dwellers talk. But yeah, thank you all. I'm just kidding.
Accurate, but harsh.
So
Yeah.
within
Unwarranted.
15 minutes of meeting me, you guys have made an objective conclusion of who I am based on what?
No, not within 15
Aw,
minutes
man.
of meeting you. Within 0 seconds of having never met you, because you're not a person. You're pixels on the internet, and you're not a person. You're a persona, and I don't need to know anything about you because the nature of online social interactions is that people communicate strictly and explicitly through persona.
I thought Jolo was just describing me, to be honest. Like, I'm pretty unwashed, not gonna lie. I'm a dirty, filthy little boy.
Okay.
Oh, but the other thing, it's like, no, the state doesn't confer protected status onto persons or life, and like the way that you know that's true is that if I beat a cat to death in my front yard with a shovel, the
Jesus,
police
dude.
will come arrest me.
So to be clear, I don't know how to say your name, Azurranth, or Azuranth. There we go. I was I literally quoted the standard that is in probably like, I don't know, 17 Supreme Court cases. So I was just me objectively telling you this is the legal
Yeah, that's
standard
what,
by which. That's all.
right. And that's, yeah. And that language and that standard is why Roe versus Wade, regardless of how you feel, is objectively bad precedent in case law.
I
It's
couldn't agree more.
objectively bad.
I think you
It's
misunderstand who I am,
objectively
sir.
bad case law.
Yeah.
No,
Again,
I'm not saying that as in you don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying it for those in the back of the room.
got it.
I have a feeling that there are certain people who disagree about whether or not Roe v. Wade should have been overturned.
Yeah, well, hey guys, I gotta get going. It's just a little bit disappointing. Joel, I only joined because I was on that, I was listening to that call where that guy was, you guys were talking about, civility and politics. I wanted to chat a little bit and hopefully not get into this statistic pulling, fallacy dropping discussion. But hey, good
No,
luck.
those people don't matter in politics. Anyone that does that does not matter in politics because no one's ever going to win arguments by being stats based.
Do or don't want to.
No one wants to think
Speaking
logically.
of like speaking of rhetoric and discourse, I saw this thing the other day where Pierre Poilievre, the new Canada guy. Some reporter was like talking to him, and he was like he was basically trying to like criticize him about being a populist, and Pierre Poilievre plays the game correctly and makes him look like a jackass. But one of the things that he brings up is he's like, he's talking about like you're making the argument, you're presenting your case emotionally and stuff, or you're like focusing on emotional appeal. And it's like, okay, but what's the interesting framing there? Is like so that what your argument should be framed to be emotionally unappealing? Are you saying that a lack of emotional appeal is like a desirous quality of a policy position? I wonder if that's maybe because you have a broader opinion that abstract intellectualism is the only way to justify policy or existence of anything because these people have a chip on their shoulder about justifying their own importance.
Populist rhetoric is bad because it appeals to like dumb things. Like populism gets dumb people thinking too much. And not in the right way. Alright, well. Populism makes people think like, ooh, establishment bad, and that's the only thing to think about. But there's always going to be an establishment, and sometimes there are two establishments, and you got to choose the better one. Like, just how it is. Never. Oh, I'm muted. No, policy should not be based on emotion. But it is. That's why we want political positions and non-political positions. The representatives, the representatives' goal of having representatives is to create an area where they could take all the public pressure for everything. And then we have people who actually understand laws making them in the background. So we trust representatives to hire good people, basically.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. I like how Az ran as soon as I asked him a question.
That guy gone now? Jesus.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. I hope you're having a good night.
I'm not, but I mean, I'm working, right? Who's having a good night right now? That's what it is. How are you guys?
True.
Are we still
Just
on stream?
chilling.
Yeah, we're on stream. I'm just up this late because the algorithm's nice to me tonight.
What do you mean?
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. It really depends.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you? Dude, you're on. I'm not gonna ask those questions on stream. Never mind. I was just legitimately curious. I was watching you for like an hour or so, and you have all these horrible callers, and then a nicer one, obviously, or your lane, and one of the things you were talking about was civility. I was like, dude, that is exactly right. Wrote this big long comment, and it got drowned out by beta mail. I'm like, God damn it. Could you stop? And it's funny. It reminds me. In 2016, I went to like a town hall, if you will, a city hall meeting for a proposition that had been put forward, and it was 90% of the arguments were like communism, and that had nothing to do with communism. It just doesn't work, and I don't know why people would resort to that. We got to do better, Republicans. Don't get in the chat. Don't get in the chat and just degrade people.
Well, being Republican at first means your teammates are going to be kind of goofy on communism.
You gotta stop with that pejorative. It's not helping anyone.
It's just
I don't think all Democrats are socialists. Ooh.
There's even Bernie Sanders is not a socialist.
But Bernie Sanders is definitely a socialist.
He's not a socialist. He's not a his policies are not socialist.
So I would say his policies are lean heavily socialistic, and especially in the way that they are delivered from a policy perspective.
Social democracy.
Sure. So you can try to make the distinction between like democratic socialism or something like that, but it's still socialistic and heavily so. And he would even quote socialist literature to back up, or socialist policy to back up his policy decisions. Not in all cases. I think that's again unnecessarily pejorative, but it's definitely true that I think Bernie Sanders, which I would love to meet the guy, would probably agree. Like, oh yeah, definitely heavy socialistic. I'm trying to sound like him. Heavy socialistic underpinnings. You know what I mean?
I mean, none of his policies are like socialist is pretty radical if you use the actual term socialist. But if you're not using the term socialist as in like the one that's actually socialism, then I don't know.
The term socialist is a very ambiguous term.
Because I think socialism is just more government, and most Americans don't even know what that means. They just think it means bad. So like they use more liberal and less liberal.
Yeah. Socialism isn't just more government. There's definitely sort of a direction. Not even sort of. There's a clear direction on how you're running that government to a particular goal. Because and it's not doesn't mean you're evil, right? It just means you believe this particular mechanical function, right? I come from an engineering background. This particular mechanical function is more efficient to meet my goal, right? And I of course understand. You understand it from my point of view. I think that is not only incorrect, but it's potentially dangerous. But that doesn't mean you're evil. I think that's a little silly.
For anyone watching, by the way, I haven't played CS:GO in literally like 2 years, so don't judge me.
Oh, dude, I turned down the stream because I didn't.
Just don't judge me, okay? I'm about to die bad. It's not gonna go good. It's just not gonna be good. I already know that. There's no expectations. I feel terrible. With my aim right now. My premier rank
you're
is
like
gone.
super young for CS:GO. It was like, or is it coming
This
back?
is CS:GO
like
2. This is CS:GO 2.
Oh, okay, that checks.
But I'm really bad at CS:GO. I was never good at it. I only got to like, I don't even know what ranks. I don't even know what the ranks are. I assume there were a lot of racist people that played CS:GO. I was gonna do CS:GO bingo and just talk to people and like see what kind of racist comments I can get and how quick I can get them.
Well, and no, Jonathan, it's not kindergarten politics. You're just not used to politics where you don't have to hate the person you disagree with, because it truly is just politics. It's when you start to meld, again, politics and make politics very simple. It's one-dimensional. It doesn't encompass all of morality, all of ethics. It's really just a particular mechanical function within a society, and that doesn't mean that it is all relativistic. It just means that one part is in itself not a creature, right? It's not a philosophy. You know,
easy kill, dude.
Politicking is not that simple.
As I stand there like a bot. Socialism's amazing. Do we have to buy armor again? I forget. Do I need it? I forgot how this game works. Here, I'm gonna use the Call of Duty gun. So I can aim right.
I'm reading your comments for you. I'm actually pretty interested to see what's going on here.
Bernie's platform was social democratic at the most. Like, I don't think single payer healthcare is socialism.
What'd you say? What's not socialism?
Single payer healthcare. I wouldn't say it's socialism.
Well, I think that's just a
Like, it could be a
category
liberal
error.
policy.
It's probably socialist, right? But it's probably not socialism, because socialism is, you know.
But socialism, like socializing healthcare.
Category error.
Socialism just carries so much evil with it, the word. But like socializing something is, people like it. Those things are really popular.
Modern New Deal Democrat, that's it. R.E. Bernie, Modern New Deal.
Well, it depends on how you're using definitions. If you're using definitions in like a colloquial sense, then
Oh, not this
that
guy.
you,
Not the neoliberal. Definitional.
Are you?
Neoliberal.
We got a classical liberal. We got a neoliberal. Is this,
Oh, he's a classical
Speaking of-
neoliberal.
Rasslin is a closet lib.
I'm a narco-capitalist now, actually.
I don't know what that is. It's like LGBTQ, man. They're everywhere. All the letters. I don't know. That was not meant to be pejorative. Laugh. Don't be so serious. Jeez.
Hey, man.
So,
It just
what is a
wasn't funny.
narco-capitalist? That was pretty funny. Come on.
Anarcho-capitalists are people who think that we should abolish the state and we should
Anyone
just
can
have
join Discord.
capitalism.
Anyone does
Oh,
that wants to call in, join
okay, I
Discord.
thought you said
We're in
narco.
Discord.
I'm like, holy shit, what's a narco-capitalist? Like,
That's what
okay.
the cartels got going on, bro. That's narco-capitalism.
Narco-capitalist. I'm a narco-capitalist.
Dude, that was wonderful. Yeah. We can't all be engineers, chat. Nice. Oh man.
What are
Sick
conservative values
burn, bro.
nowadays?
Cap for all. That's right.
Someone asked me if I support conservative values, and I was thinking about it earlier today. Like, what are conservative values? Because like a lot of conservative values that I know are really isolation from community, and it used to be pro-community, but now those are like,
So-
I don't know.
Isolate? Are you talking about isolationism, or are you talking like the political?
Like
ideal
they're
of
isolated from the rest of society. They want to run to a white suburb and not be around anyone that doesn't look like them. Like that's a lot of conservatives I know. They don't say it, but that's really what their dream is.
a bold move. It's a bold claim, bro.
I'm getting yelled at right now. Someone's saying, he's saying effing push.
Claim.
You call me an idiot. I'm streaming right now, buddy. I don't have time to push.
Oh, you have 2 chats on, man? Sick.
No, they're gonna kick me. They're voting to kick, dude. No, don't do it.
So I mean,
But,
okay. Let me try something here. Let me counter that argument that conservatives do not like to be in communities.
I just don't think there are conservative values. I just don't think they exist.
Before you go like
Or liberal.
on your tangent, I think what Jola was trying to talk about is like the whole like obsession with like self-reliance is kind of atomizing everyone in today's society, right?
Dude, it's easy. You're gonna kick me, guys. How do you chat in CS:GO? I forget. Crap. How do I do it again? Hey,
P.
you guys are gonna kick. Shit. I forget. No, I have to do something else. He said it was a joke. Okay, thank you. Okay, I
Like
appreciate
no
you.
one's gonna
Thank you.
say that you shouldn't be self-reliant to like some degree, but like wholly like being self-reliant isn't feasible. Like you're always gonna be, dependent on people
Yeah, they don't
around
want to
you
work with
in
the
some
government, but
way.
I feel like that's an extension. They don't want to work with a big community that's a big system that's complicated a lot because they have like agrarianism was original like socialist farmers, but that was in small communities where they all supported each other, and then socialists say like, oh, we want that for communities, but then there's another thing where it's like we had our small communities working well, and we had our farms and all that stuff, and then the government came in. The big government came in and ruined our small town way of life. That's the story I usually hear.
Well, it doesn't sound right, but that doesn't mean all conservatives are wrong, because likely all conservatives don't think that. But no man is an island. But on large, and this is a fun fact, on large and by large, conservative or conservative-leaning people start the most private schools. And this is pre-college in America, right?
And homeschool. They
Just from
homeschool
someone who has personally started a private school in a community, now has 300 kids in it. That is a shit ton of
This
work
guy's
being around
rich.
a
Donate
shit
some money. Go to my Venmo. Donate $5 for free
rich.
speech.
I work.
Donate $10.
Calm down. Calm
You own
down.
a school.
Well, hey man, if you work so hard, you can send me $5 too, because I need a little bit of money.
Yeah, you work hard to give it to the people.
Go ask
Oh,
Daddy.
I'm just joking. Save your money. It's the wisest choice.
Thanks, man.
So y'all doing well tonight? I just scrolled through YouTube and I see this stream. I see the host saying that Trump is terrible. What the fuck? How is Trump terrible? I don't even know where this is coming from. I'm totally
His
lost.
hands, dude. His hands are so small.
And he does kind of look like he smells bad.
I've never. People usually say to me, Donald, you have the most beautiful hands. You should be a hand model. I've never heard this before. He played that so fucking well. It's like now whenever you bring it up, it just makes him look even better. It's like, goddamn, he was so.
How he
suave.
went on an
I
insecure.
owned
He went on an insecure rant about his hands. He felt so bad about that insult that he had to talk about it 50 times in a row. That's what I do when I'm not insecure. I'm
If you
definitely
call me an
not.
ugly piece of shit or something, I'm gonna fucking defend myself. I'm gonna be fucking like a scaredy cat. Be like, what?
No, but you'll defend yourself. But you're not gonna be like, I'm actually the sexiest person that ever walked the earth. You don't know that.
Yeah, but dude, you gotta understand the mind of Trump. He's a fucking businessman from old money. He's like, it's all about making the sale. It's all about making the deal. He's not thinking about like it's petty, but the pettiness is the concern for pettiness just acts in his service.
Because he's a baby and he wins every
So
conversation.
Trump
I
is
get
good
it.
because
We call
he's
him a
petty.
baby. I mean, what does this even mean? It's like sure, you call him petty, call him whatever the fuck you want. I mean, what's the point? I mean, I call you a piece of shit, you can call me one too. What's the
Well,
truth?
I mean, I just add so like Trump equals good, like petty equals good because Trump. Like, is that like the framework you're working at?
Okay, no, what the hell are you talking about? That is the most ridiculous straw man I've ever heard in my life. I would never, ever in my life employ the word good in a descriptive sense. So I don't know what you're talking about, but I did not say that Trump petty equals Trump good. What I was saying is that it's ultimately unimportant. It's meaningless. I can call someone whatever the hell
Right,
I
but would
want
you want
for
that
any
you want that like
that I interpreted.
attribute in a leader? You want like
Yeah, he's
a
just a
petty
weak
person
leader.
to be a leader?
He makes men be like
I don't
baby
want
little
him to be
betas.
leader. I'm pointing out your linguistic confusion.
Your
And
linguistic
I guess that
confusion.
you infer
A
from
mystic
this
illusion. My lyrics
No,
are
but you
confusing.
called
your
in
linguistic
here.
confusion,
You
your
called in
mystic
here.
illusion.
At first, it seemed like you were taking issue with the
Shit in my head, dude.
Trump is terrible
so
thing.
cringe.
But then you're like,
Dude,
I
I'm-
would never call Trump good.
I do have some issues. I have some issues with
Yeah, you
with
do.
saying that Trump is terrible because I don't think it's really meaningful. What do we mean by terrible?
It means
like
that I
a-
want clicks on my YouTube stream. That's what it means.
We can work on that. We can. Hey,
I
get
mean,
me
it
in
works.
here every
It
night.
works. It works. It works. I'm just saying.
So how long have you been streaming?
I didn't say I went to
For
school. Shut up.
I streamed
doing
for
it
a
yourself.
year and a half in 2020, and then I took 3 years off, and now I stream right now. I started again in October.
Do you like it?
No. Well,
Oh, really?
it
Well,
depends. It depends on who
carry
calls in
on.
that day.
Okay.
Making content
Well, the
stressful.
way I see it is, yeah, the way I see
Like,
it with work is like, well, you know, I can make money doing something else, so I must prefer whatever I'm doing at any given time at that time more than some other work.
Well, right now I'm making around probably like $5 an hour, which is an improvement for the total time I put in. I'm hoping to make like, if I can make like $15 an hour average on the time I put in streaming and recording and editing, then I think I'll be happy. Or like minimum wage at least.
So you say,
kind of cool.
you say like how well you enjoy your day depends upon the
Callers.
sorts of people that call in.
Yeah, because I like good
Yeah,
discussions.
so
like
are
a bunch
you
of
easily
dumbass-
aggravated by people, or?
Oh, I got that kill. Crap. Am I easily aggravated? No, I just like factual-based discussions on policy. And 99% of people know nothing about policy. Well, actually, no. I don't think I've had a Trump supporter call in that knows the actual, like, direct policy.
Well, I'm not a Trump supporter. I said in your chat that I'm a conservative fundamentally, and what I see this as, you replied. I don't know if it was to me or to something that was tangentially related to what I said, but you said that you don't know what conservative values are, and to me, conservative values are taking a passive relation to things as they happen, being more focused on managing and governing than on obtaining utopia or doing what's so-called right or so-called wrong. So I mean, it's just, you know, you could substitute conservative in my case for something else as well. I mean, maybe
I guess
conservative
I just
is
decided there are no
inappropriate
conservative or liberal values. Because
employment.
I know liberals that are more community. I know conservatives that are more community-based. It really depends on. It probably matters on a class basis more, to be honest. Or like.
Oh hell
culture,
yeah, I
don't know,
agree. Well,
so-
not even just class. Well, I mean, what do we mean by class? Because you know, I don't think that someone with an income that is equal to someone else, and the former person lives in an inner city and the latter person lives in a rural area, can really be considered to share in the same culture, the same class.
The moment someone is able to make enough money where they can move out to the suburb and get their 4-car garage, that person instantly becomes more more isolated from the community and starts not talking to neighbors and stuff like that. They want to move out to the country or suburbs and not have to deal with people. So those people become less, I don't know, less integrated into society.
When you mean integrated, do you mean like they're socialized differently?
Yeah, they run away from this. They run away from people. They don't meet diverse groups of people.
Oh, I don't know about that,
Like,
man. Well, where are you from?
I'm from a rural suburban area, like a combination.
But which state? Which? Or you don't have to tell me what state, but what region of the U.S.?
Pennsylvania.
Kentucky.
Okay. Yeah, I got a coworker who's from Pennsylvania.
It's kind of funny because like all the U.S. states are bigger than European states. So I mean, if someone wants
Yeah,
to
but
come here,
I
they'll
mean,
find
that's
you.
not my impression in Texas. I grew up in a suburb. Not everyone has a 4-car garage. There's people who own a $1.2 million house going to the same high school as people who own a, say, $250,000 house.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe even lower than that. I mean, I think housing prices in Texas have recently increased, so probably lower than that before.
But
But
the more money
you know,
someone
it's a
makes-
thing.
The biggest
I'm
predictor
sorry?
on who voted Trump is if you're in a diverse area or not. If you live in like a 90% white area, you went Trump by a huge margin. If you live in like a very diverse area, you voted Kamala. That's like the biggest predictor of who you voted for, actually.
But doesn't that
Even,
just
like-
tell us? Doesn't that just tell us that race is a predictor then?
No, it's not race. It's if you're in a diverse community. So like white people in diverse communities are pro-immigrant, but white people in rural areas or suburbs are 90% white are anti-immigrant.
Is
So you
there
probably
any
never
data
meet people.
about persons of color, to use the term? So like I know the
I got to think about what you just said. That was interesting
Yeah.
mathematically. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just
go ahead.
I do
Well,
this
like
sometimes. I apologize.
historically,
I
black
wanted
people
to
did not
ask
get
the
to
inverse
decide
of
where
that
they lived at. Basically, because black people were forced to live in certain parts of society. So most black people live in more diverse areas in general. But yeah, every community.
Okay, I was just curious. Again, I'm not sure if I agree with that. I don't probably, but
It's how the
to be
stats
clear,
are. It's fact. That's factual. I could run through.
I don't
with
think they
you
were
today.
forced. I think it was more so that
I'm so bad.
I mean, I don't think they were forced. Like there was someone putting their hand on the trigger, but there were forces active that I don't think forced them into ghettos, but took away
No, there were illegal.
labor
There were
opportunities
illegal.
from them.
No, they were forced into ghettos because of redlining and other legal mechanisms.
Like, you guys know HOAs only exist because like they were trying to keep diversity
yeah.
away from like
The suburbs,
these communities, right?
And zoning laws.
Yeah, fuck no,
Don't
I like
build that
HOAs.
public housing here.
I mean, that's fine.
Exactly.
I mean, I like them nonetheless.
Yeah, HOA managers are always the coolest people in the world.
No, they're dicks, dude. They're
I know,
assholes, but
exactly.
you know.
Yeah, it's a bad institution.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
saying
don't
that
know.
like the,
I don't know how I
that's like
feel
the
about
cops
having an HOA
department.
tell me what I can do with my property that I own.
Yeah, but I mean, you whenever you buy the property, you know, like there's an HOA. You
Get
buy
him,
different
Joe.
property. But it protects property. It protects property values. So I mean, it's not all bad. I'm sure maybe you could have a fucking asshole. I mean, what do you want to even do to
Yeah,
your house
you know,
anyways?
you know,
Like,
that's exactly what they said when they kicked all the black people out of town. They're like, it protects property values. That's what they said.
well, the times is
Unironically.
that. Yeah, well, yeah.
They said,
You're
don't let
probably
them move
right,
in
but
here,
you know,
dude.
it's not the
Yeah,
argument.
but because of systemic racism, not because of any inherent part about black culture or black people.
Well, I don't know what inherent means. Do you mean like something that has a genetic basis in contrast to
Or
something
about
that has
personal.
a
It's not about
socialized
personal
basis?
responsibility. It wasn't like individual failings that led black people to be in groups like that, or to be in like
I mean, it could be individual failings, but I mean, but that's kind of not really a meaningful thing because you know the choices that we make, the things that we feel that motivate us to take any action that we ever take, are socialized. They're learned. So it's not like there's this ghost in
when
the
you're
machine
in
sitting back,
when you're in
responsible for
systems.
things you do. You don't have a soul, let's say.
I'm saying that when you have an area that has no opportunity and you put all the poor people in the same part of town with broken schools, which is another way to reduce crime is to have schools. If there's broken schools, there's no opportunities except McDonald's to work at. You have no, you know, there's a saying like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We don't have any boots. So, and you know, you have drugs spread around, and then you have a system where the cycle of poverty gets more vicious and worse. And then you have violence result from that. But that results out of black people not having any economic background ever because of systemic racism in the law about black people being lesser than human, and then being put into society without any inheritance, without any type of generational wealth, without any businesses that will hire them. Even to today, you can look at applications. The reason DEI and affirmative action are a thing is because we have very, very, very strong studies that show if you have like a black name versus a white name on application, the black name never gets chosen or at a very low rate.
Oh, well, I
with
mean,
the
I
exact
believe
same
in that shit,
application.
dude. I'm not, yeah.
But yeah, you have those.
I believe
you have
that.
all
I mean,
those
if I was a
factors
hiring manager
together.
and I gotta choose between Ryan and DeMar Quave,
Yeah, so you're proving why
I'd
it's
be
not
like,
personal
I'm
responsibility.
choosing
Because
Ryan.
even when black people make all the right decisions, okay, they grow up in terrible environments, they beat all the odds, they apply for a job and they get beaten out because their name is freaking Jamal or something. That's even more
Well, that would be
reinforcing my
with,
point.
well, I mean, come on. I mean, if you're like applying to a fucking law firm and you're a black lawyer who went to like a fucking nice state school and you went to law school there as well, I mean, this fucking firm's gonna hire you, man. Like if you're a competent person and you're black, I mean, I don't think it's across the board. Like blacks are treated equally. Don't get me wrong, but there's definitely room for some tokens.
That wasn't happening for a long time. That's why they had to do. That's why they had to do affirmative action and DEI because that was not happening forever. There was always a problem.
I
So
mean,
that's
sure, that's
why
fine.
these things exist.
I mean, I'm not in the.
They're meant to even the playing field.
Sure. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I can
That was the
accept that or
intention
reject
of it.
it.
I don't think affirmative action was the best way to do it, but that was the intention.
I agree with Joe on this. It was the intention originally of affirmative action. We got to a point where affirmative action doesn't quite hit what its intended goal was, and then it furthered itself outside of that. So up to a point, I would say Joe was correct in that argument.
I don't know, dude, man. Like, what do you mean it furthered itself? Like, it had originally good intentions. I mean, who's even implementing this? It's hiring managers. Like,
It was already fine. It wasn't causing that big of issues. It was not causing that big of issues.
No.
I don't give a shit about DEI, man. I can fucking outclass anybody. I'm not worried about anyone having an advantage over me.
No, but they
No,
say that someone's not qualified because of this. But the point is, someone of equal qualifications who's black would not be chosen. So they wanted to fix that issue and make it equitable. So like when they say DEI, when they say I'm saying people in general that do this. When they say DEI pilot, for example, that's a stupid statement because it's not like they just gave a job to someone who's unqualified. The point was that qualified black people were not getting these jobs because of discrimination, and now we wanted to make sure that these qualified black people were getting jobs at a similar rate to what is correct in the population.
Right, and I again, that's kind of where I agree with Jola, is that originally that's where it was intended to have an effect, and over time, you were asking, how does it further itself? So the idea furthers itself in that it no longer became about those who were qualified. It became about bringing those that were underqualified up to a level.
That's not
of those
DEI though. That is DEI. Andrew Eakes. That is literally the point of DEI. It's literally
I don't give a shit about
equity.
DEI, man.
Equity.
Who gives a fuck
That's
about
what
them?
equity. Because that's what equity means. Is equality of opportunity.
No. That's not what equity means. Equity does
It's
not
giving
mean,
everyone.
You
Yes, it
can't
is.
argue over
No,
that.
no,
You gotta fucking establish one.
it's not equality of opportunity. Equality is equality of opportunity.
No, it's not.
Equity is not the same thing. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It literally is not.
This is like two rivaling literary essayists
Equity
debating
is
in a
bringing
journal.
Equity would say that we need to provide more. So if you have a billionaire, okay, the son of a billionaire versus the son of a farmer, the son of a farmer would need benefits to have the same competition level at the same playing field as the billionaire's son. That would be equity. Equality would be giving the billionaire's son and the farmer's son the same exact education, not accounting for the fact that the billionaire's son is going to have a lot more connections after school that's going to get them a free job at a consulting firm.
Yeah,
that's the point of equity.
I don't give a fuck about.
Okay, so
I'm a conservative, man. Everyone else is a liberal. I don't know what the fuck these so-called conservatives are talking about, but I don't even have to. I don't have any problems with what Joe is saying because it's totally inconsequential to my worldview. Because I don't give a fuck. People got roles in society. If you're a fucking farmer and you want to become a businessman and it doesn't happen for you, oh, fucking boo-hoo. You didn't get to goddamn wear the nice suit and go into the board meeting and feel like a fucking boss. Oh my God, the sky's falling. Who gives
You
a
realize
fuck?
you realize that like a farmer would have to work like 12-hour days and have broken knees by the time they're like.
No, most fucking farmers are most white.
Do you know
American
actual farmers, like independent farmers, or are you talking about corporate farms?
Dude, corporate farms are beating out tiny farms. So,
No
I mean,
shit.
for how long this lasts, no, I don't know any small farms.
I'm saying.
So I'll admit that.
Jola, can you read
Damn.
the definitions one more time of equity versus equality?
So, are you looking at the stream?
No.
Can you?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Here's the graph.
Damn,
here's
I'm
not the
muted.
graph.
Oh, no, I'm
Here's
not. I'm sorry.
here's the perception. Here's what it looks like. Okay.
Let me look at the string.
That's why they use equity and not diversity, equality, and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No, but Joe, I'm curious. Why do you care? Like, I don't give a fuck about other white people. Like, I have general goodwill towards them.
Because I care
I hope you
about
don't
other
fucking
people's
get hit by a
circumstances
car
too.
today.
Now, here's the self-serving part of liberalism too, because you seem like a self-serving guy. Now, if I support education for other groups, if I support education for other people, if I support opportunities, that reduces crime. It creates a world I want to live in. Everyone going for only their own goals, not supporting their neighbors, leads to a world where everyone fights each other and everyone steals from each other. I'd rather a world where everyone supports each other. We still compete with each other, but it creates my ideology creates a better world to live in because I'm providing support to other parts of society. So when people complain like, look at that disgusting homeless person on the ground or that guy walking in that is wearing a shirt with the holes in it, I'd rather say we should give more tools as a society to help people rather than criticize people and look down on them and punch down. I'd rather provide resources. I want everyone around me happy because I can't be happy if everyone around me is in poverty and mad.
Well, it's interesting how we have a similar.
That sounds like a very Republican stance.
Hell
What?
no, it's not.
because I would say raise my taxes. I'd say I would raise my taxes to really help people around me and say it's
Not
self-serving.
Republican. My apologies, I misspoke. Not
That's a
Republicans,
liberal.
Jola or
I don't know,
Yola?
community. It sounds like you're for lifting up the community, working within the community in order to
Equality of
help lift up
opportunity.
those.
Dude, there's no
Or
fucking
equity.
community anymore. The shit is passe. Come
Well,
on.
the equality of opportunity exists. Everybody has the same opportunity.
it
Which is
doesn't.
why I
There's
want
No, they don't.
anywhere.
You're saying the son of a
There's no
billionaire has the
equality
same
between
opportunity as an
people,
orphan.
personalities. Yeah, right.
Yes, absolutely.
I think I would
the son
agree
of
with
an
what.
orphan.
Go
The
ahead.
son
you
of an
become-
orphan has the ability to rise to the ranks of a billionaire just as much as the son of a billionaire has the opportunity to fall to the son of an orphan.
Yeah, but some people have
The
a
opportunity,
more aggressive
the opportunity is
tendency to
equal.
them. Some people are more
Equity
intelligent.
is
Some
That's
people
not
are more
equity is
Machiavellian.
No, equity is taking from the son of the billionaire, taking the money from the son of the billionaire in order to give to the son of the orphan. Now, who's to say
You
that
got
the son
a
of the
problem with this?
That'd be a
problem with what?
meritocracy too. That'd be a meritocracy if we could actually make it equal.
Oh, come on, man. What is all this equivocation going on in here? You guys need some logical
I'm trying to
positivism
define
in
the
your
point.
lives.
I'm trying to get an understanding of the definition of the point. If we're talking equity versus equality of opportunity, if the opportunity is there across the board, look, my dad taught me when I was young, libraries are for learning, college is for sex.
Fuck
If you
that,
want to go
dude.
and learn,
I kind of agree though
you
with
can
the
go to a
point.
you can go to a library and you can learn. You can pick
Okay,
up books.
so
Now, if
No, I
chaos.
agree with that.
Chaos.
I
Hold
agree
on.
with that.
Do you think that every community has equal resources? Like, does every library have every book?
Man, you gotta go to libgen.is is what you gotta do.
does
You
every
gotta,
library have
you
every
gotta
book?
you gotta
No,
pirate the books.
not
It's
every
2025
library.
now.
Not every
Right.
library has every book, but there are
So I
networks
mean,
of
right, but that so like
libraries
that's just one
which you can
example of how like someone could not have like the same opportunity as someone else. So like
No, I'll give you
I
a
have
fucking example,
I have
man.
a small library in my community, but like there are libraries that have way more books than my library. So would they kind of have like a little more opportunity when they have that library available to them? Yeah.
I will
I'm
I will
gonna
give you a
go
perfect
bed.
example of this. There was
The
a
libraries suck now anyways.
I'm gonna go bed.
there was
See
a
you, Jola.
library that was it was created into an 18 plus only because of the state
Through
I can't
LB, I
remember
agree.
which they passed a law in
Hey,
which there were certain
yeah,
books
Cam.
that had to be considered 18 plus, and so this tiny library in this tiny area
Tiny libraries. With my tiny
became
hands.
essentially 18 plus.
My
even
tiny
though
heart.
didn't have the resources like you're saying. And I would say yes on some nuanced
Okay, I'll fucking
in
tell
some
you guys,
nuanced
man.
cases,
Equity's
yes,
about
I
equal
would kind of agree.
opportunity to accessibility. That's what equity is about. Equal opportunity to accessibility. It's not equality where you have equal guarantees under the law, but some kind of internal politics within whatever that equality is applied to that makes it kind of iffy. It's more so a thing where like we gotta make sure that people who, for whatever reason, weren't able to rise to the ranks of the Machiavellian, narcissistic, intelligent, white, 6'2" tall man. We got to correct this disparity. I mean, I'm like, I don't give a shit. Who the fuck? I mean, I don't live my life that way. I live my life in peace, learning. I'll talk to fucking homeless people. I'll talk to fucking anybody. I'll ask a fucking homeless person what their drug of choice is. And you learn a lot about them this way. And you know, from what I've learned, you know, there's not much to help them with. They don't want help. I mean, they know where the fuck to go if they want help.
Americans just don't value hard work anymore. We just don't value hard work. We value more success and materialism over hard work. We don't give a crap
I agree
how
with
hard
that.
how hard someone had to work. We value the guy with the nice car or the big hotels or whatever. I think that's anti like traditional conservative values in my opinion, or traditional Christian values even. Like it's anti-materialist. Like
The
the
fuck-
fact
No, I think,
the fact Christmas,
traditional values are more
the
so.
fact
I think traditional values are more so in kind of what you're saying, Jola, is that
well, the fact Christmas is about materialism is anti-Christ. The fact Christmas is what it is right now in America is anti-Christ, but no one cares because they like the dopamine, they like the prizes and stuff.
Hear that. Come
But I
on.
would also say, just remember, it's a lot cooler to see someone who's 5'7" dunk a basketball than to see someone who's 7'4" dunk a basketball because it's really impressive that 5'7" could jump that high.
Yeah,
like
but
Nate
to what
Robinson is a
degree
lot more
is that
impressive to watch than Shaq.
Not when I give him a
dunking.
stool, right? You know.
We got to backtrack a little bit. Yo, are you telling me that at the fucking birth of Christ, they weren't exchanging gifts like clothes, jeans, coats, and maybe like something like a coffee
iPads,
machine or something?
iPhones, dude, we're gonna buy
it was
some.
it was the Magi's. No, wait, but I wonder to what point and to that Christmas.
All right, I'm gonna hop back in this chat while I eat my taco later. Good night to the chat though. I know 300 people are still watching. Great night tonight. Thank you all for again liking, subscribing, all that stuff. 3 new channel members, really appreciate that. We're at 33 out of 100 for my goal. We need I can't count. We have we need 57. Wait, 67. We need 67 more members to reach my 100 member goal. But yeah, thank you all. Have a great night. I'll be back on tomorrow around 10 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah. Good night.
I'll come back.
Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, everyone who's new as well. I'll try to remember your names, but we're growing, so it's hard to remember all your usernames down there. But I'll definitely try to remember. I know some of everyone that returned. Brian's here every night. Brian's here for every hour, every night. Cam, I saw Cam.
Jola, play us out.
Cam is the final surviving mod for tonight. Appreciate you, Cam. But yeah, catch you guys tomorrow, 10 p.m. Yep. Join Discord. All right, have a good one. Unsubscribing. Thank you, David. You sad, pathetic little. Okay. Good night.
Bro, don't.
Damn, he fucking digged in there.